Good morning, all of you. A warm welcome. Sir is here already. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for logging in early because, we are always very tensed as to whether the speaker can join in with all the technical glitches and everything. Thank you so much. Sir, as you can see, all the participants are joining in. Every day we are getting more than 50 participants. So around 80, 85 have registered, but more than 50 are joining for every session. The first few 10 minutes.
I know.
But we will not delay. We will start. And before we start, sir, I just want to introduce you to everybody. A formal introduction. So I hope I am clearly audible to all the participants here. Yes. All right. So Professor Dr. Yagati Chinna Rao is an esteemed academic. He is the chairperson of the Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy at the School of Social Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India. With a strong background in social sciences, Dr. Chinna Rao has dedicated his career to studying social exclusion and promoting inclusive policies. As a renowned scholar, Dr. Chinna Rao brings a wealth of expertise in understanding the dynamics of social exclusion and devising strategies for inclusive development. His research interests encompass a wide range of issues related to social inequality, discrimination, poverty, and marginalized communities. With his leadership at the Center for the Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy, Dr. Chinna Rao plays a pivotal role in shaping research and policy initiatives that address social exclusion and promote inclusivity. His work contributes significantly to fostering a more equitable and just society. Professor Rao's valuable contributions in the field of social sciences and his commitment to promoting social inclusion make him a respected figure in academia. Through his research, teaching, and advocacy, he continues to inspire positive change and contribute to the understanding of social dynamics in India. We are here, sir, to listen to you, and I'm sure we are going to learn so much from you. Thank you. Thank you for being here, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Madhumita Saha, for the generous introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, good. So I'm not so much of as expert as the generous introduction goes, but I try my best to share some of the research that I've been doing last 3 decades. And at the very outset, I thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Madhumita Saha, for extending the invitation. And I'm going to speak on rise and growth of Dalit studies in India and some historiographical notes. And for some of you who are familiar with the topic, please do bear with me. And for the rest of it, if there are any question answers, I shall take after the brief lecture. And this presentation deals with the newer specialization called Dalit studies that emerging slowly and gaining momentum in the historical research of the recent past. This presentation covers the list of works that delve into Dalit past and how the Dalit movement gained the attention of the social scientists in general and historians in particular. This presentation outlines 3 important aspects of Dalit historiography. In the first part, it critically discusses the historian's general approach in writing Dalit histories. And the second part, it briefly describes the work of those historians who enlarged the scope of Dalit history and displayed the critique of mainstream histories. And lastly, it discusses the importance of other social scientists in general and political scientists and sociologists in particular who worked on Dalits of the colonial period, significantly complicating the historical discourse. Nevertheless, enriching interdisciplinary approach to this specific case. During the 1980s, a spate of historical writings appeared, making an ardent appeal to the historians towards history from below, social history, and the disquiet over the persisting elitism overarching historical narratives of colonial state and nationalism. With the impetus coming from the British Marxist school of history from below, attention was directed towards the focusing of an ordinary people, the oppressed people without history, to humanize history and to critically reconceptualize the specific application of Marxism as well as the nationalist frameworks. It was evident that the oppressed, especially the Dalits, constituted a thorny, a deviant category, amenable to neither historiographical models while perfunctory reference in the evident in the historiography in relation to social reform or anti-colonial politics. The Dalits rarely made appearance in a historical subject or as agents. However, some of the rare and the best works have come from ancient period and paradoxically haven't been able to rectify the many essentialist and flawed historical understanding of Dalit in historiography of modern colonial Dalit histories. Importantly, the critical recognition in historical analysis that there was no singular response to colonialism, to anti-colonial movement that has gained wider currency in historiography and in a productive movement for reconstructions of histories of the marginalized. The various contradictions, alignments, and tensions from diverse loci yet continues to have deeper resonance with the historical imaginations, trajectories, and visions in the colonial conditions. The intellectual commitment to exploring subaltern, non-elitist history, even before it could explore concrete histories, the turn it took to discourse analysis meant an abandoning of earlier preoccupations. Dalits could not have been effectively mobilized as historical subjects of subaltern history. Even as the Indian History Congress, the question was to whether there existed any body of historiography that can be distinctively conceived as Dalit historiography was raised. The role of regional histories is immense in being alert to the grand narratives of the kind that tend to undervalue the regional in prevailing imagined national or classical culture or a tradition. Histories in these contexts have the potential to broaden the horizons and pluralize the historiographical space in ways that allow for a historical consciousness that is alert to the postulations of the particular as a universal and mechanical application of dominant framework that arrays local distinctiveness and formations that constant endeavor to excavate new sources to widen the scope of history. In this sense, the task of the regional history and the history from below, interestingly, converge to not only to elicit the differences, the conjunctions and distinct trajectories, but also in the sense that they inhabit an epistemically privileged position by virtue of this locus to perceive and reflection the dominant historiographical approaches and ideological underpinning of these frameworks. That the category of regional history, especially in restoring the epistemic value of the vernacular languages, that can be remarkably productive and can engender an in-depth critical and approach as well as synergy, is remarkably exemplified by the recent works of Professor Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, edited magnum opus of Bengal history into 3 volumes. It is thorough investment in regional histories in an inclusionary mode that can reveal the true spirit of the people and a nation. It is in this spirit that this presentation shall express that there exist some of the deeper concerns that continue to challenge us. Mainstream historians' apathy towards the Dalit question indicates a failure of the historian's craft and the severe biases within the larger evolution of this archive, the interpretative framework, and perhaps ethical incredulity. It has failed spectacularly to recover anything with semblance to historicity with regard to Dalit past. Generally, this task has been left to the anthropologists and sociologists, who have certainly done some valuable work in the area. Nevertheless, the historical point of view is often incomplete and incoherent. The treatment of Dalit history as received as a subject and the way the discipline is framed makes it not only important, but also historical necessity to overcome the constraints and constant biases that have almost gained the status of historical truisms. While delivering the foundation lecture at Assam Central University, Silchar, Professor K.N. Panikkar in 2010 entitled his lecture, "Was Indian Nationalism Inclusive?" And he mentioned that one of the weaknesses that national movement was it did not have an effective program to ensure the inclusion of the depressed classes and socially excluded classes into the nation. Whatever has been attempted in the field was superficial in as much as it did not frontally contest the power of the upper caste and upper classes, the legacy of which continues even today, that the anti-colonial elitist bourgeoisie and socially conservative ideology of an Indian nationalism was not sufficiently inclusive is possibly one of the reasons why substantial section of the population is still not part of the nation. Inclusiveness, therefore, is a necessary strategy of nationalism. Even with the contradictory interests finding a place in it, the attempts to resolve secondary contradiction within the umbrella of nationalism do not overlook the primary contradiction with colonialism. In this sense, the aim of nationalism was not limited to the attainment of freedom, but as Gandhi envisioned, had to lead to a creation of qualitatively different society, devoid of caste, religious antagonism. To a deputation of students in 1934, Gandhi said, "The two things that social reordering and fight for political swaraj must go in hand in hand. There can be no question of precedence or a division to watertight compartments here. Nationalism was thus conceived as a combination of political freedom and social emancipation. What nationalism sought to achieve was togetherness. The very first session of Indian National Congress recognized it by identifying its purpose as providing a platform for the people to come together. What brought people together was political struggles or public agitations. The various streams within the movement, with different strategies and models of struggles, were efforts to ensure their rightful inclusion in the nation. People, however, consisted of diverse groups, castes, classes, and religions with widely different interests. What was conceived as a nationalism, therefore, was bringing the people together regardless of the differentiations. Although the anti-colonial sentiment ironed out some of these differences and interests, they were so diverse and sharp that the national movement, functioning within the elitist liberal framework, was not able to find an effective solution. Therefore, India emerged not only impoverished due to colonial exploitation, but also socially divided. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, in his undelivered address in 1936, what we know as Annihilation of Caste, while speaking on why social reform is necessary for a political reform. The path of social reform, like the path to heaven, is strewn with many difficulties. Social reform in India has few friends and many critics. The critics fall into two distinct classes. One class consists of political reformers and the other of socialists. This indifference thinning of its ranks was soon followed by an active hostility from the politicians. Under the leadership of late Mr. Tilak, the courtesy with which Congress allowed the social conference to use its pandal was withdrawn, and the spirit of enmity went to such a pitch that when social conference desired to erect its own pandal, a threat to burn the pandal was held out by opponents. Thus, in the course of time, the party in favor of political reform won, and the social conference vanished and forgotten. Ambedkar asked, "Are you fit for a political power, even though you do not allow a large class of your own countrymen, like the untouchables, to use public schools, to use public wells, the use of public streets, to eat any food they like?" These questions, raised by Ambedkar roughly a century ago, still hold true, foregrounding the crucial interconnections between the social values and institutions and political power. Freedom, and as a critique of the form and nature of anti-colonial politics, unveiling the contradictions and many dimensions from the vantage point of the oppression. Tell it like it was runs a common American phrase, echoing, no doubt, consciously or unconsciously, Leopold von Ranke famous injunction to write history as it was. Evidently, this is neither as simple nor as it sounds, particularly in case of India's untouchables past. The actual past, its recovery, or quest to approximation to that actual history are complex and difficult questions. Though it needs to be noted that recent advances in retrieving the histories of untouchables has gained a recognizable significance. History in the post-colonial societies assumes a crucial role in not only of retrieval of the past, but also constructing identities. Historical enterprise in India encapsulates this crisis in the selective appropriation of the past. The Dalits, also known as outcasts, Harisans, depressed classes, untouchables, and scheduled castes, and so on, constitute the excluded community by not including, and references to discrimination abound in historical narratives. Yet, the current historiographical trends as regard to the outcasts, past, ambiguous and elusive in nature. The earlier dominant and the conventional histories, both from within the liberal and the Marxist framework, in a sense, converged in casting several discursive trends are perceptible in historical narratives that range from negative representations to positive reconstructions of their identities and histories. Often, the acts of these outcasts are dubbed as parochial elements, pro-colonial, or even anti-national nature, and concern for them was mundane. For instance, censorious references to them appear in the nationalist historiography. A meta-narrative of struggle for freedom. This narrative does not recognize non-elite, non-Brahmin contribution towards the national movement. Similarly, Cambridge historiography, though it contests the ideological basis of the nationalist narrative, does not initiate a dialogue with the social periphery and projects the lower caste as mere passive followers of the elite leaders. Marxist historians, too, working within the rigid class perspective, show reluctance to address issues related to caste. And finally, the subaltern school of thought that emerged in 1980s, despite postulating an alternative framework, suffer from the same limitation that they too failed to raise fundamental issues related to outcast historical experiences. Historical enterprise in India encapsulates this crisis in a selective appropriation of the past. The outcasts are one such people neglected in history. The invisibility of outcasts illustrates the crisis in Indian historiography. Given the experience of professional historians' apathy towards the treatment of Dalit history as a subject, reflect on the way the discipline is framed, it is not only important, but also historical necessity to overcome lurking constraints and contest biases that have almost gained these historical truisms. Dalits have been engaged in construction of their own history by critiquing the Brahminical traditions. The recent initiatives to reconstruct Dalit history, generally drawn from traditional historical sources like archival material, reports of the census, commissions and committees and gazetteers. Biographical and autobiographical writings of Dalit organic intellectuals do exist as also literature in the form of poems, novels, dramas, contemporary press reports, and caste association activities, though in vernacular. Works on historical aspects, lesser known, though vibrant regions like Punjab, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu, were not very well known. Ambedkar's birth centenary of 1991 event marked a significant shift, engendering a renewed interest in Dalit studies, witnessed numerous seminars, collections of works, and a proliferation of research papers and articles. The following decade, since the birth centenary, literature on various aspects hitherto neglected and unexplored issues gained attention, resulting in voluminous output as much as that of the previous years put together. The available studies on Dalit history in India, to a great extent, suffer from lack of historical and written documentation,
Right.
providing scope for ambiguity. This is indicative of mainstream historical approaches, apathy to the Dalit consciousness, and maneuverings in different parts of the country during the colonial period. Many works dealing with the stratification of Indian society do give a chapter or a section on Dalits of a particular region or of a country as a whole as historical antecedent. The saga of outcasts from the pariah, an untouchable whose very shadow was considered polluting, to the present day defiant Dalit has been a long, troubled, and painful journey. For the different communities of juridical encapsulated within the official category of scheduled caste, receiving recognition as an equal citizen of democratic republic is a project still waiting to be actualized. Owing to their extremely dehumanized and degraded position in Indian society, Dalits in colonial India invited interests of missionaries and anthropologists. Most of the information on the issue emerged as an outcome of missionaries' travel records and personal accounts, official papers, ethnographic notes, and other sources. Some of such writings of the early 20th century, and think Herbert Risley, Crook, Robert Enthoven, M.A. Schering, Edgar Thurston, Rose, Russell, Nesfield, and Ananthakrishna Iyer, etc. During the same period, some other Westerns as well as Indian scholars also worked extensively on history of castes in India. These studies contributed in furnishing very rich descriptive accounts of the ethnic background, occupational pattern, customary habits, and practices of almost all important communities belong to different regions of India of the late 19th and early part of the 20th century. Perhaps what is interesting is most authorities on caste in colonial India were at some level or the other related to census operations, and this resulted in a detailed caste and tribe-wise denotation of the population of India in the 1931 census, with a considerable variation in their detailed tabulation and form. Though enthusiasm for history emerged in India sometime in the mid-19th century, and historical research as a discipline came in the early 20th century, it remained completely silent on the issue of Dalits. This was despite Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's exploration of caste system at Columbia University as early as 1916, where he presented a paper, Castes in India, Their Mechanism, Genesis and Development. Ambedkar advanced a theory of caste, refuting the racial explanation of the caste system presented by the ethnographers and the Western scholars. Perhaps the earliest exhaustive and systematic ethnographic work on any Dalit caste was M.R. Rosenberg-Clough. The work name is While Sieving Sandals, Tales of Telugu Pariah Tribe, as early as it was published in 1899. Consists of a thick description of life of a Pariah tribe known as the Madigas, who were leather workers in Telugu-speaking regions of southern India. Again, after a gap of 2.5 decades, you have George Briggs in 1920s, and another non-historian and non-Indian in origin published this monograph called The Chamars. This has been a full-length monograph on social, cultural, and economic religious life of the Chamars in the United Provinces. Another work followed by Briggs was William Hunt work deal with the Travancore region of South India. One certainly cannot trace any other study on Dalits during the colonial period. Post-colonial India witnessed its first anthropological work on Nimar Balahis of Central Provinces in 1951 by Stephen Fuches. By studying the social structure and culture of untouchables, Stephen Fuchs tried to fill the lacuna of anthropological literature on marginalized sections of Indian society. However, there continued to be a silent as studies on these marginal sections remained invisible for another 2 decades. In the 1970s, the caste again attracted the attention of scholars, but in a different paradigm altogether. It started to be regarded as a studies on social structure as a part of problem-oriented studies. For instance, works of Harold Isaacs, I.P. Desai, and Lakshmana. Harold Isaacs based his work on interviews with 50 educated Dalits from different professions, different professional background, and Desai did his field work in 69 Gujarati villages, have separately located many areas where Dalits are seriously discriminated against, including the minimum human right as basic as drawing water. While the former concluded that the root cause of many social disabilities laid the problem of acute poverty among the Dalits, and the latter highlighted as many as 9 different forms of discrimination, which Dalits of his sample area suffered from. Similarly, Lakshmana commendably analyzed the extent of discrimination in sample of 20 Andhra villages, ranging from the issue of drawing water from the wells to interaction among the women folk. Among those who have visualized the problem of Dalits in the perspective of social change, some attempted their work in rural areas, while others based on their studies within the urban space. While some of them located Dalit mobility upward in the traditionally established social hierarchy due to their own initiatives and under the impact of many modern forces, including constitutional, legal, political, and others, have seen them in the light of ongoing urbanization and industrialization. Most of them have visualized the social mobility in the context of changes in the occupational pattern, customary practices, behavior, and levels of aspiration among the Dalit society. However, M.N. Srinivas noted that the Sanskritization process is never applicable to Dalits in the sense that they can never rise as a group. This led to several other significant contributions on the issue, such as Epstein, Henry Bentley, P.C. Alexander, and Owen Lynch. All these studies focused on social change among Dalits. The most influential work of this period was done by Eleanor Joliet, perhaps the first historian to study Dalits from America. Joliet not only depicted the process of Dalit utilization of emerging political changes in Maharashtra, but perhaps she was the first trained historian to construct a critical and a broader historical framework to explore Dalit history in modern times. It was then followed by an edited volume by Michael Mahar, though the title suggests that Dalits in contemporary issues, but the authors in that have assessed change since 1920s and 30s. This was further followed by Satish Sabharwal, Patwardhan, Sen Gupta, and D'Souza, and many others who examined the positive impact of urbanization and modernization on the Dalits and in their individual studies. Locating change in a specific context, Omen perceives that they have so far served as a negative purpose of creating caste consciousness. Uma Ramswamy argues that Dalit politics resulted in the establishment of separate identity as a helpless, dependent, and destitute community rather than integrating them into the rest of the society. Agarwal and Ashraf have similar opinions in their study of Haryana and note that overall impact of public measures is too mild to make any purposeful assessment. While analyzing the socio-economic and cultural life of Dalits in the face of developmental issues, Singh realizes that most of these programs fail to attain absolute success, mainly due to relative failure of their implementation. These studies show, barring Eleanor Gilliat, all the available research on Dalits remained within the domain of academic sociologists, and none of the studies mentioned above were concerned with the Dalit movement. Dalits, often categorized either as a marginal people without a history of their own, or as objects rather than subjects of history. The Dalit movement has not fared much better in the histories of modern India by Indian historians, who generally relegate Dalits to chapters on social reform and portray them as a passive victims or recipients and beneficiaries rather than active participants in the political and cultural struggles. This brief survey would seem to be strongly suggest that there was no decisive stream of politics as a Dalit movement, particularly during the colonial period. Thompson and Garrett did refer to Dalit movement at several points, but severely limited. Percival Spear, in his revision of modern section, touches upon the issue only in reference to Gandhi. Among the British historians of modern India, LSS O'Malley devoted a section on Dalit movement and portrayed them as it movement for upliftment of the untouchables and as initiated and sustained by others. A later edition of this literature on modern Indian history by Western scholar Judith Brown, who did monitor the condition of Dalits at several points of their history, but made no reference to any organized effort or Dalit initiatives to improve their own. The Indian historians, by and large, did not critically engage with the role of Dalits either in the anti-colonial struggles or in their own upliftment. The only paragraph that Majumdar devotes to Dalits regards them as objects of philanthropic and social work conducted by others. In the latter work of Majumdar referred to Ambedkar and Dalits as mere political bargainers in the 1930s and 40s struggles, which ultimately led to independence. However, his long depiction on Dalits portrayed social reformers, Congress, and Gandhi as a prime movers and casts Ambedkar in the role of perspective critic. R.R. Sethi refers to Dalits only in connection with the Communal Award of 1932 and objects of upliftment work. Bipin Chandra confined his treatment of Dalits to a 3-page section in the struggle against the caste in his textbook with a mere activist role. However, his later works lost that minimal focus too. Two important names mentioned in the latter days are Sumit Sarkar and K.N. Panikkar. Sumit Sarkar included briefly a section on Mahar movement, and K.N. Panikkar presented an account of the freedom struggle with a grassroots perspective. Virtually, for all the above mentioned historians, Dalits were not significant, even if they are referred to. They were not seen as acting on their own, but in the shadow of socially concerned members of the dominant caste. Dalit maneuvering and consciousness was perceived as mundane or at most parochial and negative. Such interpretations indicate a failure of these scholars to get into the intricacies of Dalit perspective. This kind of historicization of Dalits is elitist and often patronizing. Metaphorically speaking, for nationalist historians, caste Hindu sociologists, village was the representation of upper caste domain, while the Marxist historians recognized the existence of Dalit huts, and yet their history was reduced to class history. The first monograph of Dalit movement appeared in 1980s by Mark Juergensmeyer, work on Adharma movement. He traces the history of Adharma movement from its origins of 1920s to its demise in 1940s and its revival in 70s. However, his major concern was not with the history of one particular movement, but with the role of religion in the lower caste struggles for social change. Following Juergensmeyer, studies by S.K. Gupta, A.C. Pradhan, Triloknath, sequentially in the mid-80s, provided a comprehensive view of Dalit movement in India. The major landmark of Dalit studies came on the eve of birth centenary of Baba Sahib Ambedkar. This was followed by a plethora of publications, adding to growing literature on Ambedkar on the one hand, and surge of an academic interest in Dalit politics and Dalit movement on the other. Though the number of monographs written on the Dalit movement in 1990s was small in quantitative terms, discursive frame and orientation signified a shift in Dalit studies. The decade of 1990s saw several micro-level studies on various aspects of Dalit lives, often related to post-colonial era of Dalits in general and centered around Ambedkar in particular. Nevertheless, by 1990s, it had come apparent that there are major differences in approach to study the subject, which had implications for the understanding of Dalit movement. The class perspective of the Marxists, which had termed the Dalit movement as divisive, dangerously pro-British, was challenged from within. Bharat Patankar and Gail Ombet forcefully noted that the communists as well as the Marxists have to think seriously about the theoretical basis for an immediate practical solution to the problem of caste oppression. They suggested that a concrete alternative has therefore to be put forward. This was due to the belief that the main contradiction was that of oppressed Indian nationality and imperialism. Offering a critical and socio-historical interpretation, Gail Ombet located the Dalit movement in the framework of Emanuel Wallerstein as anti-systemic, which in the language of functionist sociology theory indicates a value-oriented movement, as opposed to norm-oriented movements. As a result, there emerged a liberal trend among the group of scholars who believed that it was an ancient Hindu reactionary traditions and the deep-rooted prejudice against Dalits by the caste Hindus that had led to the protests from Dalits. This trend viewed Dalit protest as a necessary outcome, an obscurantist Hindu tradition. Analyzing the broader changes in the Dalit studies, Ghanshyam Shah classified the Dalit movements into two significant trends, reformative and alternative movements. Another trend developed in the decade of 1980s became popularly identified as subaltern school. This school dismissed the previous historical writings as elite historiography and attempted to create a newer ways to rewrite South Asian history. The two major themes that have emerged in the writings of the scholars writing under the subaltern banner are the peasant resistance and peasant consciousness in colonial India and the relationship between peasantry and the nationalist movement. The term subaltern categorizes under its fold a lesser rural gentry, impoverished landlords, rich peasants, and upper middle class peasants. However, the school, by offering a new mode of understanding history, had very little to offer to the socially oppressed, economically exploited, and politically marginalized landless agricultural laborers and Dalits. Significantly, these categories were left outside the ambit of subaltern construction, and the subaltern as a category comprised the rural gentry and impoverished landlords who were the direct oppressors and exploiters of Dalit masses. The Dalitist or a Dalit perspective of Indian history can be invariably distinguished from the subaltern. I prefer to call this trend as sub-subaltern, which is to emphasize that need to move beyond the subaltern as deployed in historiography, given its limitations as an analytical category. Thus, the dominant schools of history writing in India are yet to acknowledge the scores of history-less communities, without which history remains severely elitist and unholistic. Nevertheless, individual Dalit and non-Dalit attempts at the reconstruction of outcast past in the recent decades have made valuable contribution in this direction. The first monograph in these were Shankar Bandyopadhyay's work on the two caste movements in the eastern and northern Bengal. This was followed by Rajshekhar Basu's study on Punjab, our more descriptive and detailed work on the history of Dalits in southern India, and Saurav Dubey on central India. The two important works on Tamil Nadu was done by Nicholas Dirks and Hugo Goringe. Swaraj Basu's work on Nam Sudras of Bengal is another work of historical importance. The History of Dalits in North India by Badri Narayan, Ram Narayan Rawat, and Nandini Guptu provide a regional focus. Speaking on the theme in a recent occasion, Swaraj Basu noted that the complete silence on Dalits in two major historical works on nationalist politics in United Provinces, Gyan Pandey, The Ascendancy of Congress in Uttar Pradesh, Class, Community and Nation in North India, and Jnanist Kodesha, Region, Nation and Heartland, Uttar Pradesh in Body Politic. What I quote, makes me think that one cannot ignore Dalits while writing a contemporary political developments in UP. How can we overlook Dalits in writing history of nationalist politics? In the recent past, there are some other important works emerged outside the paradigm of history, but of very historical importance in a critical history and social sciences that I've been writing about Dalit experiences. In this category, we have Debjani Ganguly's work on caste and Dalit life worlds, post-colonial perspective, Gopal Guru, Sundar Sarukkai, and K. Satyanarayana et al., who have been situating their arguments based on solid evidence of various kinds that showed multiplicity of Dalit experiences. There have been efforts to accommodate Dalits into the narratives of dominant castes and classes. On Western India, as far as the Dalit movement is concerned, more prominent work by P.G. Jogdan, a noted sociologist. Even on the history of Dalits in South India, we have very few names to count. In addition to Rajshekhar Basu mentioned above, we have Rupa Vishwanath on South India, Sanal Mohan worked on Dalit history in Kerala, and Adapa Satyanarayana on Andhra Pradesh. Thus, we do have some research that provide a broad overview of historical trends concerning the Dalit movements. In the absence of mainstream historians concerned, Dalit studies have struggled to interrogate Brahminical traditions and write the history from below. The project of de-Brahmanization of Indian history has appealed among the Dalit intelligentsia in writing Indian history, culture, and philosophy. As far as the Karnataka is concerned, there are many works that are the aspects of political consciousness, caste conflicts, atrocities on Dalits in general, and specific incidents of atrocities in particular. Dalit movement in Karnataka, not many works that are available, but very few outlined and sketchy. Dalit historiography or a Dalit perspective of history establishes its own method by challenging the colonial, nationalist, Marxist, and subaltern approaches in the Indian historiography. In such a situation, one may form a different opinion on the subject, but certainly not to conclude in a way that Deepesh Chakravarti concluded. In one of his recent writings, Deepesh Chakravarti says that Dalit historians have not always cared for evidence in the way that we might expect them to if they are our colleagues and our students in the universities. He takes an example of Kancha Ilayya, for instance, writes with a clear and explicit intention to eschew the use of sources and evidence and to base his history on experience alone. He would much rather write off his personal and Dalit group's experience of oppression. The second case for Deepesh Chakravarti's Badri Narayan's research shows that the demand for pass on the part of an upcoming low-caste groups in India does not translate into demand for the more academic histories. If anything, what he documents is veritable festival of traditional invention by the low-caste communities. These are developments in which invented past are blended with history, myth, legend, religion, and so on to produce ingredients that feed the electoral machinery and the caste politics in India. They present, he concludes saying that they represent histories that are completely and deliberately dominated by a particular point of view. In this regard, they are marked by rampant sense of perspectivism. As far as my limited knowledge goes, Kancha Ilayya is neither a Dalit nor a historian by training. In any case, There is no absolute truth in the historical events lent to infinite readings, and deeper causes for such invented or fictional histories resonate more with memories of communities than the complete silence and near invisibilization of such histories by those professional upper caste historians. It indicates a failure of historians' craft and the severe biases within the larger evolution of an archive, the interpretative framework, and perhaps the ethical incredulity. It is an ironic indicator of the historian's craft in India, where it has failed spectacularly to recover anything with semblance to historicity with regard to Dalit past, majority of the communities. Yet, given the journey of being out of bounds of history to what the several attempts at remedifying the inbuilt flaws within the discipline of history, be it imagined, invented, celebrated, or even fragmented, it needs to be acknowledged that the progress needs to be acclaimed despite certain quaint objections from the critics. Though the history of untouchables yet to become a part of Indian historiography, the studies mentioned above are immense relevance and significance. And I would prefer to end here, and I would try to answer if there are any questions. Thank you so much.
What a fantastic talk, Professor Yagati. It is so spirited. It is so passionate at the same time. It is so informed analytically. Thank you very much, sir. Even before I can ask you any question, I must thank you for this.
Yes. Thank you so much. And
You can see the participants are already commenting that what a great talk it has been.
Good morning, sir.
yes,
Am I audible?
yeah.
Yes, you are audible.
Sai Kumar.
Renowned Indian History Congress contributor of Dalit Studies, historian and historiographer, Professor Chennarao garu.
Yes,
Very
sir.
happy to see you, sir. In the world, you made a mark in the writing of the Dalit Studies. Now, I submit a small piece about the Adi Andhra movement of Andhra. Adi Andhra movement of Andhra and Bhagya Reddy Varma's contribution a little. I would like to know about any book relevant to it.
You can see Professor Adappa Satyanarayana's work,
Yes, sir.
or my own PhD work that was published in 2003. It's
Yes,
called Dalit Struggle for Identity.
Yes, sir.
Some of the other, maybe with Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, we edited a volume called Outcast Pasts.
Yes, sir.
And I think these are some of the major works that you could see.
Yes, sir.
Because it's Bhagya Reddy Varma's Adi Andhra movement begins with 1906 with
Yes,
an organization called Jagan Mitra Mandali that he organized.
yes, sir.
And his parents used to work with the Christian missionary family.
Yes, sir.
So that's how he was, and he was the prime leader of Telugu speaking region of South India, both
Yes,
in Andhra, which is located in the Madras Presidency, as well as in Telangana,
sir.
until his death in 1939.
Yes, yes, sir.
So for for those 3 decades, he led the movement. For instance, this Adi Andhra movement was initially when he was invited to deliver a presidential address in 1917 at Vijayawada.
Yes, sir.
The boards and their conference name was Panchama Conference.
First Panchama Conference.
First
Yes, sir.
Panchama Conference in 1917 November.
Yes, sir.
So where with his presidential address, he delivered and mentioned that like there is nothing called Panchama in any of the Vedas and all.
Yes, sir.
And it was the Adi Andhra's Adi prefix was given to the regional identity.
Sir.
And they said like it should be an Adi Andhra movement. So by evening, all these boards and banners have changed from Panchama Conference into Adi Andhra Conference.
Yes, sir.
So that was the level of his influence of Bhagya Reddy Varma.
Yes, sir.
And the same, the Adi, from 1917 onwards, both from Tamil-speaking regions as well as the Telugu-speaking regions, there was a representation was given to Madras Presidency government. And
Yes, sir.
finally, in Madras Presidency, Madras Legislative Council has taken a decision and a resolution in 1924 saying that henceforth these people should be known as, Adi, prefixing
Andhra. Yes.
to their regional identity. Telugu-speaking regions, Dalits were known as Adi Andhras,
Adi
and
Andhra.
Tamil-speaking regions known as Adi
Yes.
Dravidas,
Adi
and
Dravidas.
Kannadiga-speaking regions to known as Adi Karnatakas.
Adi Karnataka.
So this was the story, and Adi is that like they claimed that they are the original inhabitants of the land.
Yes.
Hence, they are the Adi Andhras. And in
Yes.
Hyderabad, they took to Adi Hindu,
Yes, sir.
not the religious Hindu, but the
Yes, sir.
Indian,
Yes, sir.
not the religiosity is involved. It's the region that they claimed they're Adi Hindus. Similarly to United Provinces, also known as, that is known as Adi Hindus.
Yes, sir.
This was the question, sir.
Sir. And very thankful to you, sir. And we will interact with you while I come to the Delhi, sir.
Fine, sir.
I'm very fortunate to hear many of your resourceful lectures over a time. Myself, of 30 years of my teaching experience,
Okay.
I found that a person like you, very happy. Madam, I'm thankful to you for giving this opportunity.
We have
Thank you, sir.
another question from another participant, sir.
Yes,
Dr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Saviha Fatma. She is asking you, sir, do you see the difference between social status and condition, awareness and attitude of Dalits of northern and southern India?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. The major difference that what I could see is that the influence of Christian missionaries in South India is more, unlike the North India. In North India, only Punjab has a little bit of missionary influence, whereas in South India, invariably where the except a few feudal states or the princely states, most of the Madras Presidency has a permission of Christian missionaries movement. So they got the first literacy, their health facilities, education, everything owing to Christian missionaries and the social reform movements. Whereas the similar case, except for Bengal and Punjab, you don't have in North India most any of the social reform movements as such because of the feudatory attitude and the mindset. So in the absence of Christian missionaries and the social reforms, this is the major difference that I could see as a researcher. I don't know how far I responded to your question, madam.
No, sir.
Saviha, you can come
Yes.
online and you can
Yes.
ask.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, sir, it is, I'm from UP. I have not, what I have seen is the condition of Dalits and attitude of people towards Dalit and the attitude of the Dalits themselves. Because most of the time what I have seen is that they themselves hesitate to reveal their identity.
Of course.
Yes.
I'm not surprised that they do that.
Precisely, ma'am. Precisely.
Yes.
Suppose,
I'm not surprised.
let me
Yes.
give you another example, ma'am. Suppose if you look at the SCST Commission reports, are the list of atrocities and human rights violation, etc. Bihar, Rajasthan, UP, this North Indian, what the so-called Bimaru belt, you don't get to see the number of atrocities. It's not that like they're not, whereas in South India, Andhra and Tamil Nadu, you get the number of atrocities are more. It's not that these North Indian states, the atrocities were not happened, but
Not reported.
not reported because for them, it's not an atrocity. It is their caste
For
honor and
granted.
right.
That is, they take it for granted that we will
That is the caste
will
right.
treat it like that.
Because amputing someone or holding somebody's hair or kicking someone or even killing someone or beating someone is not reported because that's what these North Indian states, upper caste thinks that it is their right to rule over and to exploit them.
Sir, one more, a little bit
I'm like,
controversial.
suppose if you have time, the most recent example of within our own university, Bihar, Bhumiyar, proposes to a girl who's below than him, caste 1 or 2 ranks, and she refuses all 3 attempts of him. And he goes in middle of a classroom in the daylight, he asks her. Can you believe? So he couldn't, because the
Couldn't
caste
accept it.
ideology or the caste, arrogance was imbibed so much so that he couldn't accept the fact that the girl can deny who's a
Yeah.
lower caste than him.
Sir, a bit controversial question.
Yes.
That Christian missionary, it seems you are saying that they had a positive impact in South India,
Yeah.
but they are also accused of conversion. So,
Right, ma'am, because see, for me as a researcher,
Mm.
when you don't allow me to your Hindu temple
Hmm.
to pray or to take darshan, how does it make difference to me whether I'm going to, when somebody is ready to come forward and mingle with me and giving me education, giving me food, whereas you are, because even till date, suppose if you look at the midday meal scheme in schools of North India,
yeah,
either you call it
yeah.
UP,
Yes,
UP
there
or
are separate
Rajasthan or
lines.
Bihar.
Yeah. That is
Because
very common.
simple, ma'am.
Mhm.
There's nothing to hide, because see, for example, like I'm a Dalit. Imagine that I'm a Dalit from South India, and the Hindu temples won't allow me to go and pray. So I have to pray somewhere 100 feet away. Whereas the Christian missionaries are directly coming and meeting and mingling with me. Does it make any difference to me if any God? This is how they converted, most of them.
Thank you. Willingly they did.
Yeah, because if you look at the 1920s and 30s, there were even Christian conversion mass movements, what J.W. Pickett brought out 2 volumes. Both were published in 1933 and 34. Christian mass conversion movements. Can you imagine? Because I'm like, this is how I, as a researcher, I just look at.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, there are 2 more questions. I knew there would be flood of questions. The topic is such, and I'm very glad. I'm very glad that we are getting this question. Dr. Mallika Basu, she points out, as a teacher, her concern is a teacher, that when I know she teaches in a village college, Kalna, in the remote suburbs of Kolkata. So how can we introduce very lucidly to the students about Dalit studies? I'm thinking she's talking about undergraduate students. So what should be some of the highlights of our class lectures?
No, in the sense, ma'am, like, see, the first tolerance and acceptance we have to teach to our students. Because most of our textbooks, although I'm like, as a teachers, you and me, as a school teachers, you and me will not have a choice what to teach and what not to teach, because the syllabi is directed by the political masters, whatever may be the state government or the central government. So we have to follow the political masters. We have no option there. So whatever they decide to be a part of a syllabi will be part of a syllabi where we have to teach. Because as far as the introducing to the students that maybe as a teacher of history, that will end up in explaining the social stratification with 4 varnas. And because none of our textbooks speak until you reach a graduation or a post-graduation, that there is another group called scheduled castes.
Yes.
So at the maximum,
No, sir. I think they know about scheduled caste, but from a very negative viewpoint. They know about scheduled caste in terms of school reservation, job reservation.
Exactly.
So they're, the way
because that's how the peer group as well as the teachers time and again have trained them or imbibed those ideas that these people should not be come together. They are the only beneficiaries and the so on and so forth. Those, like, it's not that they are, you have to inculcate or introduce a subject in such a way that, like, they are stakeholders. They are asking for their share, not asking from your thing. Ambedkar never spoke about reservations. He always spoke about representation. Once you differentiate these reservations and representation, then most of the issues, because then we have to change our mind view that how we should look at the subject, whether it is a reservation or the representation. This is how we have introduced them.
Yes, sir. Sir, one more question, sir, from Dr. Sajna. Why did the socio-religious movements in South India fail to, quote unquote, properly address the issue of caste, as still the stigma of caste is there?
So the socio-religious movements, ma'am, if you ask me clearly, except for accepting them as a humans itself is a big problem of those times, because their socio-religious movements were targeted child marriage or widow remarriage, or all these issues were never affected Dalits anymore. Even then, it's precisely for the reason, for a Dalit society, for any person, a widow remarrying has never been a problem. But whereas for the upper caste, it is a major problem and a major issue. So the socio-religious, the caste, annihilation of caste, or the countering the atrocities of caste and all, like, never been in their agenda for any social religious reform movements. For them is only an upliftment, because they were, the issue of caste, although the 1920s and 30s, you have caste associations, invariably, you have both Dalit caste associations as well as the upper caste associations. I think there are a lot of research on caste associations that is available. So the social reformers' agenda was not their issue of caste at all. At the maximum is the reform movements only. Then the other question.
So there is a very good question by Niva. How do we understand the internalization of upper caste atrocities by Dalits in North India? Are the Dalits internalizing the atrocity and accepting it in some ways?
No, because
That this is their foregone fate. They have to.
It's basically in the rural society. It's not among the educated lot and things like that. Let me give you an example of Bihar. So in Bihar, most of these radical movements are the left movements, are the Maoist movements. Why these lower caste communities were more active in participant? Because they could not bear any more of the what you call atrocities of the upper caste, whether it's a Bhumiyar or any other community. So once you claim that, like, you are a member of a radical organization, then the atrocities level will reduce. So it is among the rural mass, uneducated mass, because they are the solely dependents on the upper caste, so they cannot fight the atrocity. They will be forced to internalize what you said, atrocity. But whereas if you are little aware of your rights, or you are little educated, then this will be handled differently. I think the most what was the movie by Shaker? The Dacoit, the movie example is that once you join hands with the left groups, then these people will alert themselves. So it's mostly uneducated and less conscious, lesser conscious Dalits. They will have to internalize because they have no option. Because for their everyday life, they are dependent on the upper caste. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, sir, so much. I mean,
Thank
it has been a privilege listening to you, sir. Truly. I have few questions, but I will write to you.
Okay, no problem.
I will
Anytime.
write to you. Okay.
Anytime.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Dr. Sudarshana. I could see you.
Okay.
I have a question. I almost learned from you all these years. I have posted a question, but all in your lecture it is already there. So it's a very wonderful lecture, and all as always we have heard in the campus as well as in our center. So it's nice that you have been invited here. So I felt once more I recall my daily days. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
Dr. Madhumita, madam. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
sir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
To all the participants, with this, we are ending our first session of the day. I'm sure it had been most thrilling. The knowledge that was shared with us actually make us think, make us look back at to the work that we do. How can we better sensitize to the Dalit issues? So when we teach also, we need ourselves to be educated first, then only we can teach our students. Okay, and we learn to do that to some extent from Professor Rao's speech here. Now, our next session would start at 11:30. So what we can do, there would be a tea break now, and we can come back and join at 11:30. Thank you. Thanks all of you. Yes, yes, sir. Have you entered? Have you, because, oh, sir, you have registered, right, sir? Sir, so you have the email that you have given in that registration, in that email, please search Zoom link. So university must have sent you a Zoom link. If I send you a link, so please search Zoom link from the university. You will see join meeting link has been sent to you. University has sent you. I did not. Once you register, automated email will come to you. Just yes, what for? Yes. Sir, sir, if I send you the link, you have to register again. That is the rule. That is why on your email, you will find a link that is sent to the university, which is unique link given to you. No, it would be sent by Amity University, not a personal email from us. Just write Zoom link and you will find that Amity University has sent you epistemological issues. This would be the heading. Amity, and the subject line would read epistemological issues, methodological uses, and skill development. Please do not search using my name. I have not sent you the link. It has been sent by the university. Okay. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, I'm from Amity University. You will get no reply at zoom.us. That is the email ID they have used. Sir, I am sending. Please see now. How do I send you? In what? This number is your WhatsApp number, sir? Hello. Sir, can you hear me? Oh, it's connecting to the audio. Sir, please unmute yourself. Yes.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
good.
yes, yes. Yeah,
Good.
good morning, madam. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Yeah.
It's okay, sir.
It's my pleasure now.
It's right. Sir, we are starting with the second session of the day. Let me
Yeah.
welcome back the participants, which half an hour ago we completed our first session. We are so glad to have you here. And that's my colleague, Dr. Jyotika Tekchandani, joining in with me. And yes, so let me first introduce you, sir, to our
pleasure, madam.
participants. Just give me a second. I'll introduce you to my participants here. Participants, I welcome you all back. Please join in as soon as possible. So we are all ready? Yes.
Yeah.
So, Professor Dr. Sanjay Gupta is a distinguished scholar and professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Lucknow, India. With extensive expertise in political science, Dr. Gupta has made significant contributions to the field through his research, teaching, and publications. As a respected academic, Dr. Gupta's research interest encompasses various areas within political science, including political theory, comparative politics, and public administration. He is known for his insightful analysis and critical examination of political systems and institutions. With his vast knowledge and experience, Dr. Gupta plays a crucial role in shaping the education and intellectual discourse in the field of political science at the University of Lucknow. His dedication to teaching and mentoring students has helped cultivate a new generation of scholars in the discipline. Professor Gupta's scholarly work and academic contributions have earned him recognition and respect within the academic community. His commitment to advancing political science research and promoting critical thinking makes him an invaluable asset to the University of Lucknow and to the field of political science as a whole. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. Welcome.
Yes, madam. Thank you so much for this introduction and welcome, madam. And in fact, yes, thank you very much. And in fact, I don't qualify, for such big words because I am just a small time student, and the real definition of a teacher is that he's a lifelong student. So I am just one of your students and I'm still in the process of learning and acquiring and inculcating new things, new ideas, new viewpoints, new perspectives. So these are my characteristics, as a student. And now, so far as today's, and first of all, thanks so much to you, madam, and to all the, the prominent, office bearers of your esteemed university, Amity University. In fact, I have been to your Lucknow campus, Amity. And
yes, sir. Some of the faculties of Lucknow campus are with us in this session.
Okay, that's very
Yes.
good. And I think that Tanay, he has been our student and who is teaching at your this Amity Lucknow.
Yes.
So, about some time back, until back, he was there. Now, since that he's been selected for the, higher education, so he has now joined, his duties elsewhere. So otherwise, I have been to your very nice, very grand, Lucknow campus.
Thank you, sir.
And it was really a pleasure for me.
You should
going
come
there
here also, sir. You should come here to the Noida campus also. We will invite you. We will invite you.
Yeah, that will be my pleasure, madam, sometime in the future.
Yes.
And
sir.
now, so far as today's this topic is concerned, this issue is to be discussed about the G20 and the future of the youth. These are all very important. It's a very important topic. And before I begin, before I share my views, with you and your esteemed audiences, that is the students and the researchers, one particular word has been used in the title of your today's lecture and of your this lecture series, and that is epistemological issues. So no, this word is very important. I mean, so far as my understanding goes, this word is derived from the Greek word episteme. And episteme is something, what I understand is that it is the science of knowledge. And it is science, and science means something systematic, something, rational, something empirical, something provable. So what we today discuss about the G20, it is again a very vital aspect of the system of knowledge. It's a very important, branch of the theory of knowledge. And therefore, we remember our Greek, ancestors as well as the Indian ancestors, no less than the Greek ones. So it's all a small village, this global village, what we say. So all the intellectuals, all the intelligence people, we refer to their theories, we ideologies, and therefore we come across a very system of that ancestors, of the future generations, and today it is we who are getting the benefits of this system of knowledge. Now G20 again is, as I said, it's a very, very vital aspect for all of us to know. And it is again a cognitive science, I would say. It is a rational science, and it refers to the acquisition of knowledge. So whatever literature is available insofar as the G20 is concerned, I would say that it is all cognitive science, because it supplies us vital information about what is happening in reality. It is not something philosophical. It is something connected with the everyday life of our, individual existence. So when we talk about G20 and the role of the future, and the role of the youngsters or our future generation, what is the role? What is the, future of our youth connected to the G20? Now we can understand this topic much better if we try to, first of all, in very brief, we don't have much time. So in very brief, I would like to say we should try to understand in brief what have been the compelling factors insofar as India's presidency of G20 is concerned. Because without taking into cognizance the background, compelling circumstances, under which India is currently presiding over this presidency, this year-long presidency, is that our presidency, our nation's presidency, it comes at a very crucial point of time. Crucial in the sense because we have been witnessing for the last 2 years, the impact of pandemic, this COVID-19 pandemic. Now we know that this COVID is already over. By the end of the 2020, it was already over. Although it has been recurring. At times intermittently, it has been coming to the fore. Scientists have been warning. But anyway, the major chunk, that is the Delta, this pandemic is over. But the post-pandemic era is very, very critical for us. The post-pandemic era, that is the era of recovery, is very, very vital, and India is presiding at this juncture. We know that in the 2000, we know that in the year 2000, by the beginning of the 2021, things had started normalizing. And after 7 or 8 months of normal, goings on, again there was a slight downturn in the era of the, so far as the pandemic is concerned, the recovery is concerned. You want to say something, madam? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So yeah. So what I'm trying to focus upon is the fact that the present era, that is the present time when India is presiding over this presidency, this G20 presidency, we have to understand it is a very critical moment for us, because the world is not stable. We have to remember the world is not stable. The world is so divided between the East and the West. The world is suffering from so many maladies, from so many problems at the time, presently. So many problems had already been there in the world, but because of the pandemic, this world has been, encountering lots of problems, because post-pandemic recovery is yet to, come to its final, stage, and there is a lot of, tensions, lot of frustrations surrounding our youth. So many kinds of diseases have come up. Because after a certain period of time, we keep hearing, so many kinds of diseases, that is the phenomena of which remains unexplained. So, the era, the present time is very, very critical. Our youth, I mean, whether it is an Indian youth or whether it is a global youth, they are all similarly, they are encountering various kinds of problems, however, in greater or lesser degrees. So the amount of degree may fluctuate, but I mean, the after effects of the pandemic is still very much there to see for everyone. However, India is trying to, come out of this kind of problem. So it is still a very fragile situation for India, though our government, our honorable Prime Minister is trying very hard, I mean, to keep, to bring the house in order, but still a lot remains to be done. Although we are on a very healthy trajectory of reviving, of proceeding on the path of recovery or development or growth, I mean, still, I mean, lot needs to be done. So the present era is very challenging for us. The second thing is that we have to keep in mind, I mean, the year-long this conflict between Russia and Ukraine. This conflict, this bloody conflict between the two nations, that has been going on for the last 1 year or more than 1 year. It has wrought havoc in the world insofar, again, there is a lot of problems, no less than the pandemic. Pandemic is a different thing, and Ukraine war, Russia-Ukraine war is a different thing. In this kind of war, or in this war, particularly in this war, what we are witnessing is that, number one, there is a rupture in the supply chains. Rupture, or we can say that the global supply chains, whether it is the energy, whether it is the foods, whether it is the food chain, whether it is the medicines, whether it is the free flow, the free movement of the people across the globe, whether it is a job, whether it is an employment, whether it is the studies, anything whatsoever under this earth, I mean, it is suffering because of the heat of this Russia-Ukraine war. And India is trying to, it's a very challenging time for India. How to offset the negativities that have arisen as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war. So again, it is a challenge for India, and this challenge is having a profound impact on our youth as well as on the global, the global impact is there. So our youth is not living in isolation. They are a part and parcel of our integral society. They are part and parcel of our nation. They are part and parcel of the global community. So whatever impact this world is suffering or encountering, it's the same influence, the same impact is being felt by our youth as well. So this war is again having a lot of problems, is creating a lot of problems for our youth. Now, against this backdrop, the Indian presidency comes about, and India is in the middle of a troika. You understand what troika is? Troika is basically, the group of 3 nations. It is not I'm not talking about the G20, the group of 20 nations. Troika here means, I mean, it's a small group of 3 nations that is the preceding, the current, and the successive. And the successor. The preceding was Indonesia, the current is India, and the next would be Brazil. So all these 3 countries, they are developing countries. So there it is happening for the first time in the history of the G20 that in line that all the 3, all the 3 that is preceding, current, and the successor, the G20 presidents will be coming from the developing countries. And it is going to be a big challenge for all of us, for all these 3 nations, because, the voice of the global South, this is a very, very important agenda. And that is the voice of the global South is sought to be powerfully, sent to the global community, particularly to the developed West. It is happening for the first time. When these 3 nations, they are going to successively, hold the presidency of the G20 for 3 years. One for Indonesia, the second for India, and the third for the Brazil next year, after the 1st of December. So this is going to be a very crucial moment when the house is supposed to be set in order. Because the house is, totally in totally disarray. It is totally, unstable. So the major challenge for our country, for the government of India, who is presiding over this esteemed G20, is to highlight the concerns of our Indian youth at the global level. Try to bring about, a kind of semblance between the youth of India, the youth of the developing world, as well as the youth of the Western world. So India will have to function as a bridge, trying to mend the bridges between the East and the West. And India's presidency, It is very, very, it is very, very firmly established, because it is firmly established because India today enjoys a very good rapport. It enjoys very good confidence of both the East and the Western countries. Both the country, the East and the West, both are, very much, attuned to or very much comfortable with India's presidency, whether it is the United States or its allies, the West European allies, or whether it is Russia, barring of course China and Pakistan. These are the two problematic countries, but barring these two nations, the rest of the developing world, the rest of the emerging world, the rest of the newly emerging economies, if whatever, adjective you may like to give, all the rest of the world is very closely aligned with India, and they are quite satisfied with India's leadership of G20. And therefore, India expects that on the September 9th and 10th, when the summit leaders come to India for for this final kind of sitting, all the G20 leaders are going to attend. Of course, except this China and Pakistan, who in all probability may not be attending this summit. But the rest of the world, that is the rest of the 18 countries, they are surely going to attend, going by their communication, going by their consent. So all these things have to be kept into mind when we are trying to discuss the G20 and its impact on our youth, on the Indian youth, as well as on the youth of the world, because the youth is not divided. Whether it is the youth of our country or whether it is the youth of the world, we all stand, as a larger family, and we are all part and parcel of this large family. So the Indian youth is as important for us as the global youth. So, but anyway, charity begins at home. We have to make a beginning from our own country, from securing the interest, from securing the future of our youth. And followed by securing the future of the global youth. These things are very, very important to be remembered. Now, when we say that it is a branch of, knowledge, trying to learn about G20, trying to learn about the various dimensions of the G20 and its impact on our youth, it is again, a very, very important part of knowledge. And I would like to highlight this knowledge as I would request all the audience, I would request all the students, who are online, to please, open up, the G20 logo. Kindly open up the G20 logo, and I will also do the same thing in trying to explain the importance of this thing. Just a moment, madam. I'm trying to unlock my phone.
Sure, sir. Sure.
I'm just, because I have a different mobile in my hand, and I have to ask my son, to open the logo. It was already there, but it closed automatically.
Sure.
Yeah. So please, ask the students as well. I'm asking, I'm requesting. Yeah. So here is the G20 logo. I would like to display to the students, everyone. Now this logo is very, very important. We must try to understand the significance of this logo. Now, as we can see, this logo has been specially designed, for India's presidency. And it is not, purely a governmental effort. It is not purely a state effort of India to have designed this logo. We must remember that our Honorable Prime Minister, he always talks about Jan Bhagidari. And this logo is a result of Jan Bhagidari, because the government had floated, an open invitation to the audiences, to the students of our country, to send their submissions, for designing the logo. And 2,000 submissions were accepted by the government, by the expert committee of the government, not by the government, in fact, by the expert committee of the government that comprise academicians and the intellectuals. So 2,000 submissions that were finally shortlisted by the government, on the basis of those submissions, this logo was designed. So to begin with, we must be very clear. It is a logo, obviously, that describes India's G20 presidency, but it is not a result of the government. It is a result of our intellectual, of our students, of our academicians, all these people, the knowledge, the learned people. Therefore, it reflects the impact or the perspective of our individuals. Our students, they had sent entries in large volumes. And let me try to unravel the Indian mind through this logo. Now, we can see it's a very, very beautiful logo. To begin with, we can see the hues or the colors that have been used in this logo. Now, this logo comprises 4 colors. I mean, 4 colors, that is saffron, green, white, and blue. These 4 colors, these are vibrant colors, and these colors are parts of our national flag. So number one, it represents India's, national flag. It represents India's ethos so far as the colors are concerned. Saffron stands for, for valor, for spirit of, for spirit of fighting, all that. White stands for peace, and all these, we know, I mean, the meaning and significance of all the 4 colors. So number one. Number second is that we can see the two very important things. One is the lotus, and the other is the planet. Now we can see planet has been juxtaposed with the lotus flower. Now lotus is the emblem of India's. It is India's national flower. It represents what is the significance of it. I'm just highlighting because it has come from our students, from our researchers, from our young minds, from our young brains. We should try to understand what is the thinking, what is the perspective, what kind of G20 they want, what kind of freshness they want from India's presidency of G20. So this, first of all, they want that India's presidency of G20 should represent all the 4 colors. The meaning of the 4 colors should be there. It should be whatever, I mean, things are being discussed, it should represent the vibrancy of India's national flag and the national anthem. Second thing, I talked about this flower. Now this flower is the national flower of India, that is lotus. Lotus signifies, notwithstanding the dirt, notwithstanding the filth, notwithstanding the garbage, nothing of any of that kind, that is, your confidence, your confidence are going to win you the battle. That is your knowledge, your learning. They are going to bring smiles on your faces. Whenever anyone sees, I mean, lotus flower, no one questions where it has come from, or what is in which soil it has born, or what is the, what kind of water was there, what kind of flood, what kind of mud was there. No one knows. No one wants to ask. It simply looks at the flower. So it means that out of so many kinds of, distractions, out of so many kinds of challenges, tensions that the modern world is surrounded with, if a person is ready to fight out, if a person is having confidence, if a person is in the process of acquiring knowledge and skills and all that, you can have your own way forward. The 21st century skills that Modi ji has been trying to push, I mean, through the Indian masses is to alert them of the challenges that will be there, that are there, and that will be there in future times as well. So if you are hardworking, if you are laborious, if you are diligent, if you are sincere, if you are perseverance in your efforts, you will smile like a lotus flower. This is one thing. Another thing, this planet means this planet is dependent on our hard work. That is, if you are smiling, you will make the whole world laugh. If you are smiling, if you have confidence, if you are a man of sincerity and integrity, you will carry on. You will carry along with yourself everyone, the whole world. This is the significance of the planet that is juxtaposed with the lotus flower. That is, the Indian students do not see the confidence or the hard work of the students, I mean, in isolation with the world. Our efforts, our perseverance, our sincerity, integrity is very much connected with the global planet, with the global earth, with the prosperity, with the happiness of the world. Entail, I mean, the significance or the meaning of our logo and how our students have contributed massively to the designing of this kind of thing. Now, this planet also reveals one fact that, and this planet, you can see, it is basically, it is in bluish tinge. It is in blue color. The bluish aura is there, or whatever, I mean, you may like to call it. But it shows the pro-environment approach of our students. The pro-environment approach that is always represent this environment is represented by the blue colors. blue environment. That's why we say that we have to live, I mean, along with the nature, along with the environment. So pro-planet approach. It is not only planet approach, it is a pro-planet approach that is pro-environmental approach. Friendly, eco-friendly approach that is often said. This word is very much in parlance in all international, conferences and seminars and workshops everywhere. So it represents that India believes in this kind of environment that is sustainable environment, an environment which could sustain our planet. So it reflects India's approach, India's thinking about planet and the mother approach, about environment and the mother earth. Now, one more thing, very important is that this planet also represents one full globe or full humanity. And I would like to explain this point through the theme of the G20, India G20, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, the world is a family. The world is a family, that is the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is represented by this planet, that is by this roundel figure, that is planet. And this means the world is a family. It means this world has the space for everyone, whether it is a humans, whether it is animals, whether it is a microorganisms, whether they are the static elements or the objects of the world, whether it is microorganisms. Anything that is there in this universe, particularly on this mother planet, they are all part of the family. There is a distinct relationship, whether it is microorganism, whether it is animal, whether it is human, they are all connected, interconnected, and therefore we say it is a pro-planet approach. That is, it is a very friendly approach, live and let live. And this has been the spirit of India's ancestors. Our ancient rishis, rishis, munis, saints, sages, intellectuals, scholars, researchers, I mean, in the ancient times, they always had this kind of feeling that we should allow everyone to live in. And therefore it was said by our ancient rishis that any living object, all living objects have the right to retain their breath till the last moment permitted by the nature. These were this was the spirit of our ancient rishis or the saints who used to believe in this, in this belief, in this notion that every living object in this world has the right to retain its breath till the last moment permitted by the nature. So therefore we followed non-violence. Therefore it was said, ahimsa paramo dharma. And this is again being, this kind of thing is again being represented by our students. So our students want basically a kind of, non-violent world, a non-violent world, a peaceful world, a stable world, an equitable world. A world in which everyone is allowed to live in, a world in which there is no violence. This is a brainchild. This is a thinking of our India's youth. And I really give kudos. I really compliment, the Indian youth or the Indian genius. So this is, the India G20 logo. And behind this logo, under this logo, there is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam written, and also there is written Bharat. And Bharat means, we are, holding the presidency. India is holding the presidency, but India's presidency is with a difference, and that difference is that difference is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, the whole world is a family. And when we say the whole world is a family, it means, I've already world, including the humans, everyone has the right. So this is the significance. This is going to the impact. This is the kind of, this logo has been designed. It is a kind of, message that has been sent by our youths, by our young talents to the government of India and to the world at large, that we want this kind of a world. We want a world that is environmentally sustainable. We want sustainable development. We want an equitable development, not equal development, but equitable development. We want balanced development. We want everyone share in this development, whether it is the developing country, or it is a developed country, everyone has the right for development. So this kind of message comes out from the logo. Now, when we going beyond this, now when we talk about, governments, this has been, when we talk about the government's approach, this was from the student side, from the, 2000 submissions that was shortlisted insofar as the logo is concerned. Now coming to a different aspect, although interrelated aspect, and that is, what is the government's intake, so far as this, the future of the youth is concerned. Now, our Honorable Prime Minister has already said, he has time and again, he has repeated one particular thing regarding India's presidency of G20. And he has said that India's presidency is going to be inclusive. It is going to be inclusive. It is going to be action oriented. It is going to be decisive, and it is going to be sustainable. It is going to be inclusive. It is going to be ambitious. It is going to be decisive, and it is going to be action oriented. Now, this is a resolve of the government. Government's resolve is stemming out of the confidence of our India's youth. Government does not function in a vacuum. It derives its energy. It derives its inspiration. It gets enthusiasm from the masses of the country. It is not that, government is already, trying to give the orders and commands, to the ruled ones or to the masses. No. Today we are living in a democracy, and India's democracy has been appreciated by one and all. And very recently, just about 2 days back, when India's democracy was appreciated, it was admired by a person no less than the US President, Mr. Joe Biden. Mr. Joe Biden has about 2 days back, he categorically appreciated India's democracy. And that was when so many vociferous, so many disruptive forces, so many anti-India forces who are operating, across the seas, particularly in America as well as Britain. In Canada, we are seeing this kind of phenomena everywhere. But Joe Biden is so much, convinced with India's democracy, the vibrance of India's democracy, that he not only snubbed those people. In fact, but he also said that India is one of the most vibrant democracies of the world. If you go to New Delhi, he said, if you go to New Delhi, you will feel that vibrancy in the air. Now, this country don't need any certificate other than this one or greater than this one. It was a kind of retort, to the people. And this is what our Prime Minister has been trying to send the message across. And this message, it is an outcome of the enthusiasm that has come to grip our Indian youth, the knowledgeable youth, the serious youths, not the other kind of people who are non-serious, who are very casual in the approach, not that, but we are talking about those ones who are really interested in making this country a Vishwa Guru. And there is a huge portion of students, huge section of students, I won't hesitate that the entire section of the students, they are interested in seeing this country again rising to its ancient glory when it used to be called the Vishwa Guru or the Sone Ki Chadiya. So all these things now they are fructifying at the moment with the India G20 presidency. Now, when we talk about what is the impact, I would say, this is the impact of the India's youth, of the Indian masses, particularly India's youth, on the state of India. Why should I say what G20 is going to have? What kind of impact G20 is going to have on the future of India's youth? This is obviously an important question. But I've already stated, government stands so much influenced, so much enthused by the response of India's youth, by the response of the India's young, talented students, that it was really amazed. Therefore, they opened the doors, to the students to send in their submissions and guide the government what kind of logo they want, and the government got a wholesome reply. So the first point is that government stands influenced to a very great extent by the vibrancy, by the dynamism, by the activism, by the enthusiasm of the students, of the youth on the Indian state as well as on the government of India. Now coming to the second portion, and that is now what impact the government is going to have. What is the government of India going to do for the youths of the country as well as for the youth of the world? What is going to be the outcome of India's G20 presidency on the youth of India? This is second part of my reply. Now, India's presidency is going to be very, very fruitful for the future trajectory of India's youth. No, I won't say that India's youth, I mean, the roadmap of India's youth has started only with the assuming of India's G20 presidency. No, this is not correct. It means if I would be saying in this vein, in this fashion, I would be, I mean, misquoting government's approach. In fact, the government of India, during the last 8 years or 9 years of its being in power, I don't deny, I mean, what happened previously in the pre-2014 time. Everyone has contributed. Every government has contributed to the further journey, to the further journey of India's youth. But during the last 8 or 9 years, that is in the post-2014, we all can feel the kind of, the kind of enthusiasm in the air. I mean, that has been coming from the side of the government for our youth. Now, so many things. To be very sure, what has happened before G20? A national youth policy was devised by the government of India. National Youth Policy 2020-21, in fact, 2021. 2020, it was revised. Before that, it was 2014 or maybe, I mean, before than that. But the government came up with a revised 2021 National Youth Policy. Now, the National Youth Policy is very, very important to know that it highlights, it tries to, I mean, tell us what is the thinking of the government insofar as the youth is concerned. Now, the government has highlighted certain priority areas for the youth of India. And that is number one, education. Number one is education and employment. Education and employment, this is the number one target of the government. Government is committed by all means. It is a commitment of the government to bring as much as jobs, I mean, to create as much as jobs for the youth of the country as much as possible within its resources. Education. Education means preparing our young minds, not only to the imparting of traditional knowledge, but trying to impart those, competitive skills, those cutting-edge skills to the Indian youth, which could make them successful in today's time, that is in the 21st century. Government is not denying, or no one says that traditional education is not to be given. Yes, it's there. But the government also aims at trying to, I mean, reach the critical education, the cutting edge education, that is the skilled education or the skilled training for the Indian youth so as to meet the challenges of the 21st century. And the world is moving at such a fast pace. And the youth of the country can only match, it can match the pace of the world, the pace of the development, only when they have been prepared to walk shoulder and shoulder with the global pace or with the pace of the development taking place at the moment. And so many things. Kaushal Vikas Yojana, 4.0 was high. It has been inaugurated in the current budget, that is in the budget of 2023. Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0. This is the revival of the Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Kaushal Vikas Kendra have been established. So the government is interested. So many kinds of things. New education policy has been devised by the government. New education policy 2020. And this new education policy is focused more than on any other stakeholders. It is the youth that is, that is in the center of the government's, plans, the government's designs of the education of the 2021. So through this NEP 2020 and 2020, the government is trying to capture the minds and the upbringing of the youth of the country. And it is all, it's a vast field, and I am quite sure that your esteemed Amity University would have also implemented NEP 20. It's focusing, very much on the pragmatic side of the education, on the applied aspect of the development of the students. So many kinds of development of skills, whether it is the debating skills, whether it is the innovation skills pertaining to innovation, creation, so many things. It is, moving away from the cramming or the what we say, trying to learning and all that, जिसे कहते हैं ना कि ये इसको रटने वाली विद्या वाली है ना. So that kind of education is sought to be, not to be given so much preference as much as the other kind of education which comes, which is sought to be based, I mean, in scientific grounds, in science and technology, that is sought to be given more and more, I mean, a push through the NEP 2020, and lot of field work, lot of playgrounds, lot of vocational activities, lot of NCC, NSS, Scouts, voluntary activities. These are the part and parcel of the NEP 2020. So, and through this, the Indian youth is sought to be, given a very strong, robust physical framework, mental framework, psychological development, so as to be in a position to encounter the growing tensions, the growing pressures of the life. So this NEP 2020 is going to do, is going to contribute, to a great extent in the direction of preparing our students for the 21st century. So this 2020, this G20 presidency, the groundwork of this G20 presidency was already laid down by the government. So far as NEP 2020 is important thing that the government has been trying to focus on. During the last almost 8 years of its being in the government, entrepreneurship is a very, very important thing. Now, another important thing is health, fitness, and sports. Health, fitness, and sports. That is another very important, crucial part. And under this plan, the state has been trying to come up with lots of stadiums, with lots of infrastructure development for the students. So that they can go out and they can sweat out there, they can play, they can build a career in the sporting field or in other allied activities, whether it is a yoga or any other of that sort. So the health, fitness, and sports is very important, and the government has been emphasizing that sustainable health is required. A sustainable health, that is, health means, on the one hand, you are eating, yes, good food. On the other hand, you are eating junk food and you are taking junk food in abundance. So this is not sustainable. So the government's message is that try to discard as much as possible. Try to have some refrain. Try to have some control over yourself and try to lead a sustainable way of life. Try to give more time to your physical, health. Try to give more time to your mental health. Try to inquire. Try to inculcate more skills, more values in your studies, in your researches, in your writings, in your publication. This is how you are going to have a sustainable lifestyle, a sustainable health system. Then another thing is that youth development and leadership. These are all the vital elements or the vital characteristics of the National Youth Policy 2021. So it's very, very recent. And this, our Prime Minister has been trying to emphasize, time and again, that NYP, that is National Youth Policy, is aligned with India G20 presidency. That what India is thinking about its role, the same kind of role India wants to be played for the global youth under its presidency. So the priority areas for our youth is going to be the same for the global youth. So there is no, there is no dividing line, there is no wall between us and they. Nothing of that sort. So this youth leadership and development is another very important aspect. Youth development and leadership, government has been trying to focus more and more, on this kind of, youths being brought to the forefront. And therefore we find this Y20 is there. Y20 is a vital part of G20. It is a part, it is a natural corollary of the G20 that where National Youth Policy says that students have to be given, the students or the youths have to be given a center stage in development. There, the government has come up with a Y20. It is the first time India is hosting a Y20 summit also in today's time. So the Y20 is also a very vibrant platform, and it has invited the global youth. So many, hundreds of global prominent young leaders have been invited by the government to attend the G20 and to attend particularly Y20 summits that are being organized in different parts of the country. So the Y20 is there. So the NYP is there, National Youth Policy is there. So global, national development, the youth development and leadership is one thing, is another thing. Another thing is that, I mean, that students, they have to maintain what I said earlier, a sustainable way of life. They have to, I mean, work hard. They have to be sincere. They have to be rational in their approach. This is the NYP. This is the National Youth Policy of 2021. And this is very important. Therefore, I'm just trying to push my idea through that what G20 is trying to do for the India's youth. It is not, I mean, happening, I mean, just because we are holding this presidency. In fact, the preparation of G20 had already started. I mean, much before. I mean, government is very visionary on this point, and the preparation started around 2 or 3 years back. And therefore, though the National Youth Policy was already there, but the government gave a revised version of the National Youth Policy. So this is very, very important for us. Now, there is another part of this, and that is the life, mission life. I would focus on another thing now, mission life. Mission life, LIFE, in block letters or in capital letters. Now, mission life is another very important theme of this G20. Although G20, this life was not, devised. I mean, it was not this notion was not created during India G20 presidency. This one, rather, it was our Prime Minister gave this concept of life way back in 2021. When India was participating at the Global Leaders Summit in Glasgow, where the COP26 had taken place. That is the Environmental Conference at the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. When this UNFCCC conference was taking place in Glasgow in 2021, in the Global Leaders Summit, there our Prime Minister had presented this notion of life. Life means lifestyle for environment. This is the full form of life, that is lifestyle for environment. And this, the theme of the life is again now connected with the G20 theme. It is not something in isolation. I mean, India went to attend the Glasgow summit and came back, and that phase is over. Now we are on a different path. G20, it will have a different, set of objectives. No, nothing that. It's all interconnected. It's all very much integrally connected with each other. So the mission life is again connected with each other. Now, what are the vital, what are the important characteristics of life, mission life? There are 4 or 5 important characteristics. I would just like to highlight them. Number 1 is save water. Save water. Pani bachao. Save water. Water is life. As we say, Jali Jeevan hai. Save water. Number 1. Number 2 is reduce waste. Reduce waste. Kabad ko kam karo. Reduce waste. In general, try to reduce waste. Third is reduce e-waste. E-waste, electronic waste. We are living today, in an electronic world. Though we may say we are living in a world of knowledge, it is an era of knowledge, but this era of knowledge is basically, it is basically, coming through the online and through the electronic gadgets and all that. So reduce e-waste. This was given by the Honorable Prime Minister. Not only, I mean, save water, save energy, reduce waste, reduce e-waste, and reduce also what? Single-use plastics. Single-use plastic, and the government has been emphasizing on this point. I mean, this single-use plastic should be minimized, should be discouraged as much as possible. That is this kind of plastics, that is those plastic item that is not renewable, that creates problem, creates problem for the environment, that is hazardous in nature, that does not, that does not convert into manure. It is single-use plastic. So this single-use plastic has to be discouraged, it has to be minimized, and therefore only that plastic should be used, if at all, that is renewable. The government is trying to streamline this policy in trying to bring about, I mean, those objects, those packing materials in the market which are reusable, which are renewable. But those things which are not reusable, which are not renewable, which are not usable should not be brought into the market. But anyhow, I mean, things are still coming in the market. That's why government has been trying to implore upon the young minds, upon the Indian youths, that whenever you go to the market, see the particular product that you are buying, is it environmentally sustainable? That is it conforming to the environmental norms? If not, please try, please say no to such products. If it is environmentally hazardous product, if the manufacturing is hazardous, do not go in for that product. So this is the message. This is the message. So reduce single use plastics. This is the message. Then again, there is another aspect to it. And that is, I mean, adopt healthy lifestyle. Adopt healthy lifestyle system. That is our way of living, our eating, our way of living. It's not that, I mean, we should be sleeping late till night, and again we should be, I mean, going to sleep late in the night, midnight, getting up 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That is surely going to rust our body. It's going to torture our body. It is going to spoil our body, our life system. Therefore, he has said that looking at the at India's youth, who are fighting out the battle, through competitions, through knowledge, through learning, everything. Try to maintain your health, and this is a message that Modi ji has given through his lifestyle. Message. Another thing is that adopt sustainable food systems. Adopt sustainable food systems. That is something, what I said just now. That is, don't eat junk foods. Have some control over yourself. Try to go in for green food. See, on the pack, whether it is green food or not. So try to have control over yourself. Do not go in for using, those food items that contain a lot of preservatives, lot of artificial compounds, lot of unnatural compounds. This is the message. So this is the lifestyle. This is the mission life. And this has been, a part and parcel of our academia today. It is not that government is to do everything. Yes, government has developed plans and policies. Government is doing, whatever it can do on our part, on its part. But on our part, we as educators, we as teachers, we as students also, we are researchers, we as writers, we as authors, in whatever capacity we can contribute to the promotion, to the dissemination of the mission life. That is very, very important. It is going to have a lot of it is going to have a lot of impact on India's youth. One thing is very, very important I would like to point out here when we are discussing, mission life. And that is, impact on youth does not mean that we should be talking only in terms of economy, in terms of, in terms of jobs, in terms of employment opportunity. Yes, of course, that is a vital part of the G20 presidency of India. India has to create jobs. India has to create more and more, livelihoods. But at the same time, we cannot forget the importance of this mission life. Because as we say, as the phrase goes, healthy mind in a healthy body. Healthy mind in a healthy body, it means something to begin with is your healthy existence, is your health, is your physical health. Without a sound physical health, you cannot prosper, you cannot go far, you cannot go further, because neither would we be having that kind of immunity, nor would we be having that kind of enthusiasm if we are frail, if we are lean and thin, if we are too bulky. That is not going to help us. So this mission life is a very, very important message that comes from our government, and that message is for our youngsters, for our young students, for our young minds, talents, and brains. We have ample of good people. We have a lot of people. We have a lot of students in our country. Thousands, crores of students in our country. I won't go into the figures. That is going to be very, very complex. But it's a message by and large coming from the government. And today only in Times of India there is a news reporting, and that is, I don't exactly remember the figure, but I would, call upon all the students, who are on this in this program, to please, see today's Times of India, the front page, and you will see how many students are suffering from diabetes, from BP. This is diabetes and blood pressure, and the figures are really whopping. These are so, terrifying that, our young India's young population, and I would say that more than 30% of the world population is young. At the moment, the world youth population is more than 30% of the global population. And in India, we have a demographic dividend. lot of, I mean, thousand, lakhs and lakh crores of students, I mean, they are in the young age group, and India is going to, I mean, have a lot of advantage of this young, of our youngsters, of our youth. But given precarious, health situation, health scenario, our demographic dividend is not going to take us that far. So we need to give a lot of importance to the mission life. This is one thing. You are saying something, madam?
Yes, sir, because the time is up. Now we can have some question answer. So,
Okay, yes,
yeah,
madam. Yes,
please.
sure, madam.
So, yes. So, dear participants, if you have question for Professor Gupta here, we would be more than happy to take the questions from you. And you can write the question in the question box also. From there, we can also pick up the question. Sir, it was a very spirited talk on G20 and the involvement of the contribution of youth. So, you in your lecture gave a very government-centric perspective. Okay. Now, when we teach in class, we are supposed to maintain our academic neutrality. We cannot keep on congratulating the government for the job they are doing. Rather, a critical assessment is necessary. So, where is that balance? Where do we draw that balance? My question to you is that, sir, that when we talk about G20 and we are
Yeah.
talking about government's role in the promotion of the youth,
Yeah.
we start this policy study is something that we need to do in social science discipline, but it is very important to critically appreciate. I want to understand where is that critical aspect. Instead, like it's very eulogistic. Very important. We as teachers need to be critically appreciative rather than 100% eulogistic.
Voice is not there. Yes.
Yes. So if you can just help us to see where is the critical component in your policy appraisal. Or
Madam,
how
so
do-
far, yes, please.
Yes. So that is what we need to do. In a refresher course also, we need to learn critical appraisal of any policy. So,
Yeah.
and also about like what your talk, how do we categorize it? Is this something on India's foreign policy? Is this something on domestic policy? Is this about its development policy? And in that case, if we are to teach G20 and its impact in class, what would be the methodology we need to follow? What is the methodology that we need to follow? What are the sources of secondary literature that we need to follow? Apart from like government propaganda. Government always does propaganda. All government does, irrespective of their political ideology.
Yeah,
But we
yeah.
cannot say the same things in class. So
Yeah.
what is that critical component?
Madam, so far, I mean, if we want to, go to the brass tacks, the best thing for us, to refer is the available literature and available data on the subject. Now, if you look at, what government is trying to prove, what government is trying to send the message across, and that is, the role of the future, the future of the youth of India. When we talk about the developments, the story of development of India, although it is a mixed story, I don't say, everything is good, everything is, 24 karat gold. Still, we can see, some healthy, developments. For instance, if I want to take into, account that is the story of the startups. Now, startups for everyone, you can see, what is happening at the moment, how much startups. I come from the state of UP. And we very recently, we saw the Global Investors Summit. And the kind of response that the government got through the GIS 23, GIS 23 is to the tune of somewhere around 35 lakh crores. 35 lakh crores is a figure that is not coming from the government side. It is not cooked from the government's kitchen. It is coming from the global investors coming from abroad. And they are ready to invest their money. They are ready to invest their technology in our state as well as all across our country. So it is a critical, a moment for us to introspect. Now the government is trying to do what? The state is trying to do what? It is trying to, to tell the audience on the ground, we are not, Bimaru state anymore. We are not the state of, we are not that state, which used to be there when it was known as a Badlands, not UP, but Badlands. When it was, it was looked upon as a sick state or as a failed state. So I would be glad, what is happening, let us try to be, more cognitive, in our approach. It's not, but I would look upon it as a really development story. The kind of road network we are seeing, the kind of trade volume that is now happening in India. If
Exactly,
you look
sir.
at
That is what I was trying to say. Even when you are telling the story of G20, so
Yeah.
what kind of quantitative or qualitative analysis are you making
Yeah.
apart from government sources? So I
Yeah.
want to know from you, the reason being we teach in contemporary history also, in political science also, G20, because it is a, so what, how are we going to do that?
Yeah.
Instead of
How-
making the,
how-
instead of just telling the government, repeating what the government is claiming, what are the sources that we are supposed to use? Quantitative, qualitative, secondary, primary sources, oral interviews. What can we use to build up that story? And government
Madam,
literature can be part of that source.
Yeah,
But
no,
government literature cannot be the
no, I'm not
exclusive
saying that the
source.
government literature you have to rely upon. There are so many independent sources of information as well.
Can
And
please share some of those that would really benefit us?
no, there are so many think tanks. Observer Research Foundation is there. It's a New Delhi base. You can Google it. Observer Research Foundation is there, and it is a think tank of India, a very prominent think tank of India. It has been writing, so often it has been criticizing both, the government, as well as it has been highlighting what is being done and what needs to be done. So, I would say it's a mixed story. No one can say, things are not happening on ground, but at the same time, no one can say that things are not happening on the ground. Both kinds of things are happening. And a recent survey that was done by the Observer Research Foundation was that, so far as the technological development of India was concerned, to what extent, students are ready to accept. And in that, survey, 83% students had said, yes, we are in favor of, technology being given priority by the state. We want, more and more technology to come in. And there was another survey that said that, yes, around 80%, that 80% survey report said that India should maintain, close technological links with the world. If it wants, digital India to become a success. Digital India success cannot become a success. If you proclaim, all these policies at the pitch of your voice, but you don't do anything on the ground. So that kind of digital infrastructure has to come in. That kind of digital services, digital delivery services have to be there. That kind of software, that kind of internet, that kind of connectivity has to be there. So it's still in the process, and still we have so many, we have still hinterlands where there is, starvation, death, and where so many, ills abounds even at this time. So it's a mixed story, I would say. And therefore, if you want to cross-check, the story of India's development, we need to refer to so many, think tanks. There are so many think tanks who are contributing in one way or the other, who are conducting research. Now, what is happening in Bundelkhand? There is, a lot of things are being done. That land of starvation and deprivation is sought to be overturned, and barren land is sought to be cultivated for the for productive purposes, for manufacturing, for defense. This is the thing that we need to take into account.
Yes. So, sir, what other experts have been doing at the conclusion? If you can just send me some of the links to this think
Okay.
tanks that you are referring to, we
Yeah,
will
yeah, yeah.
distribute and share it among our participants, which would
Right.
help them to prepare for their classes better.
Right.
Any participants who want to ask a question to sir here? Any participants? because contemporary politics is a very important topic. So, and the youth of the country. Anybody wants to ask any questions here to sir? Just raise your hand or write your questions. Please let me know. So let us just give them a minute or so.
Sure, madam. Sure.
No? Okay. All right. So then we are coming to the end of this session. Thank you so much for your very
Madam, 1 minute, one minute.
Yes.
And that is, yes, I would suggest that, I mean, your students should be reading more about MSMEs. They should be reading about.
Sir, they are not my students. They're all faculties here. This is a professional
Okay,
development.
your faculties.
This is a refresher course. They are all faculties here from different universities across India.
They are students with a difference. Yes, I am also a faculty at the university, but at the same time, I'm a student.
Yes,
So faculty,
they are not my student. They are student of their respective disciplines. Yes, they are not my students.
Madam. So I would suggest your faculties, your esteemed teachers, your everyone, staff, that they should, I mean, be studying more about researching about the MSMEs, about the startups, about the one district, one product, about digital India. Then they will be able to find out the gaps. I don't say there are gaps, there are shortcomings, as you said, in government's claims and in what is really happening at the ground level. So through these things, I mean, you can come to have your own opinion. You can refer to so many think tanks. You can refer to so many volunteer organizations. I mean, reports, NGOs. I mean, there are a host and hosts of people doing researches. I mean, in this field. So these, but I would say that these are the critical ones. These are critical areas where we need to give more attention. What is happening in India's, in backward areas? What about the starvation deaths? What about farmer suicide cases? At one time, I mean, it was, so rampant in Marathwada region, in Nagpur region and all that. But what is the present state of affairs? So this is the approach, the developmental approach that I would say is the need of the hour. Why so many farmers, I mean, they committed suicide in Maharashtra? Why so many suicide deaths or starvation deaths happened in Bundelkhand region? Because there is so much acute, shortage of water, shortage of food grains, shortage of, anything worthwhile to live with. So therefore, I mean, a new kind of a development story has to be given. Although, I mean, it will take time. 35 crore, this global investors, investment has come, 35 crore has come in, but it will take time, at least 4 or 5 years. Those projects will take at least 4 or 5 years to come to the ground and fructify. So therefore, we shouldn't, imagine that there is a magic wand in the hand of someone, in the hand of the state or in the hand of anyone. So that will bring about magic overnight. Yes, a lot of time has already passed by. But definitely, we are the 5th largest economy of the world. At one time, we were the 12th or the 13th largest economy of the world. It is again, I would say, it is a step in the right direction. Today, we are the 5th. And G7 countries, France,
yes,
Canada and Italy, these are the 3 G7 countries who are below us in terms of the GDP contribution. In terms of the size of the economy, we are at the 5th spot, whereas France and England and Canada, they are much below us. So we have certain figures. Today, we have a foreign reserve of approximately $600 billion. How is this amount coming? Something is happening on the ground. Therefore, I say, I'm not saying one-sided. I'm simply saying we need to go into details. We need to work out what is not, clicking at the moment. How can we usher into the, how can we speed up the development of our country, the development of our youth? How can we, work for our Indian youth through the MSMEs, through the ODOBs, through the startups, through other developmental schemes? Schemes have already been there, as you have very rightly pointed out. Schemes have already been there. Every government talks about its claims and counterclaims. That is all there, but we have to see for ourselves to what extent it is there. And the data that I have, it is not the data of the government, it is the data that can be independently corroborated. So therefore, I would say, so anyone is free, but I just wanted to give you some idea in what ways G20 can contribute to India's, welfare. It is not only in terms of providing jobs or livelihoods. As I said, it is also providing strength to the Indian youths. And therefore, I took the name of NEP 2020, the National Youth Policy. It is a step in the right direction. And if I mean, worthwhile steps are not taken in this direction, again, it will be again a failure. It will be just a paper tiger with no, actual effects.
So this Dr. Indrani Singh, do you want to ask sir any question? Because you have written it's an insightful session. Do you have any particular question to ask sir? Dr. Indrani Singh? No, I think he
Yeah,
just,
yes, it needs more introspection. It needs more studies also. And
Yes.
I haven't said anything that is 2 + 2 = 4. In social sciences, there is no finality.
no,
There is, no final
sir,
destination. It is
exactly.
all, it depends upon one's existing knowledge, one's existing understanding. And therefore I say it is a cognitive science. It is a science with a difference. It is an epistemology, and everyone can has his own, I mean, variations, his own thoughts or own ideas or opinion on the subject.
Okay, thank you, sir, so much. No, sir, she's telling no, sir, everything is clear. That's an
That's good.
accomplishment that you have cleared all her doubts. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Dear participants, one last chance. If you want to raise your hand and ask us something, please do so now. Otherwise, there is no use keeping him back and waiting. Okay, so, all right then, sir. I don't think any more questions will come. If it does, I will let you know. Thank
Yeah,
you so much for your
Thank
very
you, madam.
insightful
Thanks a
talk.
lot
Thank
for
you.
giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, dear participants, we are coming to an end to our second session of the day. We are going to start our third session, our post-lunch session at 2 o'clock. Okay. So please join back then, but I would suggest please do not log out. Just switch off your mic, switch off your video, and you can join back at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sir. Good afternoon. Just give me a second.
Sure.
Dear participants, welcoming you all back to the third session of the day. Professor Chakrabarti is already with us. My request to you is please join as soon as possible. So they are joining in. This is the post-lunch session, so it is always a little tricky. So just give them a couple of minutes, sir. Just a sec. Usually we have around 50 students, 50 participants session. All right, Professor Chakrabarti, I will formally introduce you to every one of our participants. I trust everybody is ready here. Dear participants, we're about to start our third session of the day. Professor Dr. Shantanu Chakrabarti is a distinguished professor at the University of Calcutta in West Bengal. With extensive expertise in his field, Dr. Chakrabarti has made significant contributions to academia through his research, teaching, and scholarly publication. His work has been recognized for its depth and critical analysis, contributing to the advancement of knowledge in his discipline. As a professor at the University of Calcutta, Dr. Chakrabarti plays a vital role in shaping the education and intellectual development of students. His dedication to teaching and mentoring has inspired numerous students to pursue academic and research careers. Dr. Chakrabarti's scholarly achievements, including his publications and research projects, have garnered respect and recognition within the academic community. His insights and commitment to academic excellence make him a valuable asset to the University of Calcutta and the field of study he represents. Thank you, sir, and most welcome. The field is yours now.
Thank you, Dr. Shah, for that very kind introduction. Let me also formally place my thanks to you, your colleagues, the organizers, and of course, the Amity Unity for their kind invitation to share some of my thoughts. As you correctly pointed out, post-lunch sessions are sometimes a bit difficult, particularly more than for the listeners also. So I would try to be as simple and chat as much as possible instead of focusing much on very about theorizing. The topic, the main theme of this refresher course is changes in epistemological focus, particularly which seem to be affecting us since in our post-Cold War times, in times of globalization. To a large extent, knowledge is of course power, but we also know how global events, global developments also shape our epistemological focus, its strength and focus areas in academia. Definitely so in government and other think tanks, but also in more liberal setups like universities also. Now, my focus, I thought of talking about, I do not really dabble too much in theoretical literature related to epistemological changes, but in recent times, I have been working on the concept of nation branding. The concept of nation branding, which, it's an old concept. It has its historical roots and origins. Like every aspect of social science, you have debates associated with it. But if you want to define a takeoff period for study of nation branding, this is something which picked up but during 1990s, popularized by a person named Simon Anholt. He was essentially from management, and his idea, he has his own institute, his own research center. The idea was that there are certain key issues and ways in which a nation's branding in the global order could be managed, could be enhanced. And his team was particularly invited by a lot of new nation states which were coming out, particularly after the end of communism. A large number of countries in Eastern and Central Europe were coming on their own, and they employed Simon Anholt and his team that how to brand ourselves properly as new nations, as countries which have ended communism. Now, there was an occasion when I met him during one seminar. This was around 2006, 2007. And Simon Holt was interesting. He said that, as a young researcher, when I started talking about this concept of nation branding, like a young researcher, I would very vigorously defend my thesis. During the course of one lecture, one old lady raised her hand and asked me after my lecture that, Mr. Anholt, what you suggest, you are turning the concept is supposed to be a sacred concept, so much important to citizens like us. You turned it like a packet of butter or cheese you can buy in the supermarket. Better packaging means better price and better sell values. And he said, I was, as a young researcher, I was eager to defend my thesis. So I demolished him, but I demolished her. But back now, down in 2006, I think she was more correct than myself. So, Simon Anholt has very much revised his thesis to a large extent. And ultimately, he is suggesting that though branding can be done scientifically, objectively, through process and management, ultimately the value systems which you inherit, which are your historically inherited, count to be a lot. Now, from that angle, if we look at epistemological issues, particularly how recent changes seem to be affecting our age-old beliefs. For long, as we all know, the epistemological order, the entire educational order, of course, was dominated by Westernism. By Westernism, I mean simply we generally tend to learn ourselves and also tend to teach in our classes theories which have evolved in the West by Western scholars. By Western scholars, I mean here Western institutions. There are various Western scholars who are stationed in Western universities currently teaching or researching there. Many of their theories are also offered, but the Western domination is there. And if we look at certain trends, why Western trends are more accepted, these are regarded as scientific, these are regarded as objective, these are regarded as universal. Though I think universalism is a very dicey concept to understand. If I may share a joke with you, it's, when Einstein was visiting Hollywood in 1930s, he happened to meet his favorite actor, Charlie Chaplin there. And Einstein suggested Charlie Chaplin that, Mr. Chaplin, what I like most about your acting and your movies, your message of universalism. You do not speak a word. Most of your movies are, in 99% of your movies are silent, but people identify with your acting globally. There is no problem at all. This is what I call universalism. Now, Chaplin quipped back, well, on that account, Mr. Einstein, you are greater than me. I said, how come? He said, people, I may not speak on screen, but I at least do a lot of acting. I gesture, people understand my gestures. In case of you, I'm sure 99% of the people all across the world either do not understand your equations nor your sophisticated theories, but still people know that you are right. Scientists like you all across the globe. This, I think, is a greater universalism than even mine. Now, jokes apart, this concept of universalism, Western universalism has not been able to stay or dominate without challenges being posed. And it's not that all these challenges are coming suddenly from around 1990s as a part of modernism, as a part of the post-Cold War global order. I think many of us are aware of scholars like Paulo Freire, his famous work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which the first edition, which had come out in 1968, in which he talks about how the whole education system generates a culture of silence amongst the marginalized. Now, coupled with this is also Freire's conviction that every human being, no matter how ignorant or submerged in the culture of silence, he or she is capable of looking critically at the world in a different manner. It's not that you have to accept a universal concept which is just given to you. More recently, the sort of universalism present in education curriculum and how Westernism is often used as a derivative discourse has often been questioned. I have in mind one scholar, Vanessa R. Speduti, for instance. She is a teacher in Western University, Canada, and she recently had argued about that how Western universalism as a derivative discourse is spreading in broadly three ways. One, spread of Western pedagogy. Two, English as a medium for instruction, which has been more or less globally accepted and has been universalized. And three, of course, the increasing pressure on academics in the non-Western academic world to publish more in journals which come out in English, the more established journals, the more prestigious peer-reviewed journals. Now, these three Sperduti argues creates an immense pressure in the entire system of learner-centered pedagogy, which she uses the acronym of LCP. Now, LCP, according to her, has been demonstrated and imposed in a variety of setting. As an example, as case studies, she talks about Western inspectors, how certain universities in Africa. She does her case study in terms of certain Western universities and certain universities in Africa, particularly she does a thorough case studies of Meweng University College of Education, which is in northern Tanzania, and two universities in Ghana, University of Endebang and Mavita. And he the scholar argues that these universities had adopted a system of periodic visits by scholars belonging to Western universities as inspectors in order to monitor how the course curriculum is being devised, it's being taught. So there is this continuation of Western domination, not only in a pedagogic or epistemological sense, but also in a physical sense, because every year you would be having scholars coming in from Western universities who would come and review the teaching systems as if they are going to offer you an advice which is going to be innately superior than what local advisors might. Similarly, we are all of us are aware of the problems related to the publishing. How the publish or perish culture has been more or less globally accepted. That is now very much integrated to your promotion, your career advancement, and also in order to be regarded as a scholar, the list of journals, etc., which have become important, and most of these are journals which are published in the West. Though, mind you, many of these important publishing houses are also making a transition. I am myself a board member in certain journals. It's no longer an area of printed publications. Now they are encouraging a lot of online publications, particularly in case of university journals being published by major publishing houses of the West, like Sage, like Taylor and Francis. Now there is an idea of creating an online platform, and some of these major journals are now talking about a two-staged publication system in which people are first going to go for an initial peer review, which is going to be organized by the local universities if it's a university journal, and then your article gets published online. Second, some of these online publications are going to go through a second set of peer reviewing process, which is going to be organized by the journal board itself. And then if they go in for a print publication, which again, in case of, I myself am associated with the journal published by International and Political Science Department in University of Warsaw. They have now tied up with Taylor and Francis, and the idea is that for online publication they are taking a certain amount of fee, but if you want to have a printed form of your journal, which is going to be the second stage process, you have to there is an additional charge to be paid by the university. So it's the pressure to publish in major journals of West it's not only a scholarly process, but it's becoming increasingly a commercial venture also. And one has a feeling that this is perhaps going to be something which is going to increase and universalize in coming times. Now, are these journals sacrosanct? Why is this desire to publish in these journals? Because many of these journals have their controversial past. I wouldn't go into much details. I will just share with you one case study. Well, most of us here know about the main, the major journal coming out from United States, Foreign Affairs. Now, Amitav Acharya very recently wrote a very interesting article on the past of the Journal of Foreign Affairs. Now, this journal, Amitav Acharya recounts, was originally known as Journal of Race Development. And it reflected, he argues, the racial feelings in American academic and policy debates on international affairs, underpinning the founding in 1910 of the first American magazine devoted to international affairs. Now, this Journal of Race Development, or JRD, aimed to be a forum for the discussion of the problems which relate to, this was written in the preface of the first issue, which came out in 1910. I quote, "To the progress of races and states generally considered backward in their standards of civilization, and how they may be helped, how they may best be helped by the stronger." In 1919, this Journal of Race Development assumed a new name. This new name was 1919, where significant First World War had ended. Woodrow Wilson was king in terms of creating a League of Nations. The Mandate of Nations was being proclaimed. And in that term, the Journal for Race Development assumed a new name in 1919. This and came to be known as Journal of International Relations. And only 3 years later, it was absorbed into what still exists today, the famous Journal of Foreign Affairs. So it's not that the Western journals or the Western knowledge creation has always been scientific, has always been, there has been a great deal of subjectivity, reflective of contemporary thinking, contemporary socio-political thinking, cultural thinking, etc. So in no way, and there is the underlying assumption suggested by Amitav Acharya, though he does not explicitly mentions it in his article, is that the current stand of many of these journals should not always be taken to be scientific. Now, another scholar, James Hobson, also concurs to a large extent with such ideas, and makes a further argument that even critical theory in international relations, which is supposed to challenge more established Western-oriented themes, supposedly critical of Western-oriented mainstream theory in international relations, also cannot escape from the dependence on Eurocentrism. What makes it Eurocentric, the critical theory, Hobson argues, is the assumption that the West lies at the center of all things in the world, and that the West self-generates through its own endogenous logic of immanence before projecting, I quote him, its global will to power outwards through a one-way diffusionism, so as to remake the world in its own image. Now, there has always been, as I said, such attempts to dominate the intellectual world, if I may put it like that, has been challenged even earlier during 60s and 70s. But within these were mainly done as a part of global third worldism, particularly the production of a new international intellectual order. And to an extent, this involved intellectual as well as activist roles by many of these writers. Most of these writers writing during between 50s to 70s, as we all know, were not intellectuals only. Many of them were activists, many of them were political leaders, men like Kwame Nkrumah, Walter Rodney, and others. I have already mentioned Paulo Freire's book on ontology of the oppressed. Now, but this is trying to receive a new direction during 1990s. This is interesting because how it could be interested. This is happening in many areas. It's happening in many areas in the global south. It's happening in many areas within the physical Western order. In post-Cold War period, it's increasingly difficult to define global south in geographical terms. Developed and underdeveloped world can exist in first world itself, and developed and underdeveloped world can exist in parts of the developing or the the global south itself. But this trend to challenge the intellectual order, this is happening in many areas. It's not really coordinated to a large extent. You see these attempts happening in various Chinese institutes. You see this happening in South Korea. You see this happening in India also. The Delhi University professor Navneet Chadda Behera, for instance, recently she's written a series of articles in one of her articles, she claimed that it's time to create a post-Western global order intellectually by borrowing European themes. Now, is this an attempt towards a challenge? Is it an attempt to challenge the power equations, or is this a purely intellectual exercise? Again, there are interesting debates which are emerging. There is one Indian scholar based in the West, Manjari Chatterjee Miller, who in one of her textbooks written about 5-7 years back, she uses a term called post-imperial ideology, that most of these countries in global south are trying to challenge the West in terms of intellectual domination, are trying to project what she claims to be PII, or post-imperial ideology. What is this post-imperial ideology she talks of? Manjari Chatterjee Miller elaborates that post-imperial ideology essentially comprises a sense of victimization that brings with it a dominant goal to be recognized and empathized with as a victim by others in the international system. This goal of victimhood, which simultaneously a desire to be recognized as a victim, and also to ensure that one will not be victimized in the future. This dominant goal, wanting to ensure that there is a global recognition of your victimhood, of your historical suffering drives two subordinate goals. What are these two subordinate goals? She argues, one, maximization of territorial sovereignty. Here she is specifically talking of China, and maximizing status. As for the second, I think she is arguing in case of all countries in the global south. Now, interestingly, Manjari Chatterjee Miller argues this is a form of revanchism. But how you try to project it, of course, is not going to be similar everywhere. Just to give you one example, China today tries to project herself as a civilization state. Rather than conceptualizing People's Republic of China as a Western nation state, China tries to project herself as a civilization state. The Confucian tradition, etc. India also to an extent tries to project herself as a civilization state. But of course, the way China tries to project herself as a civilization state does not match the way in which India tries to project herself as a civilization state. There are bound to be differences because both these civilizations are of two different types. China, for instance, is there are of course differences in outlying areas of China, but China has over 90% Han majority. In case of India, even though we have an overwhelming Hindu majority of over 70%, India is still diverse. Even Hindu community does not identify itself in purely racial or cultural terms. There are various divergences than what is there in China. So the way you yourself can project yourself as a civilization state, even if you're trying to project yourself to be so, is going to be different in many areas. And then there is also this question whether you accept it. Just to give you a very interesting example, Lee Kuan Yew, the famous, the legendary Prime Minister of Singapore, who is supposed to have transformed Singapore into this modern, vibrant nation state. Lee Kuan Yew belonged to a middle. If you read Lee Kuan Yew's autobiography, Lee Kuan Yew had belonged to a middle class, an affluent middle class family in Singapore. After schooling, he had gone for his education in London. And if you read I will just read out from a portion of his autobiography. He goes to London just after the end of the war in early 1950s for education. And this is his reaction. I quote from Lee Kuan Yew's autobiography. I was told that sometime in 1953, the British press had started to use the term Asian because Asiatic had a touch of condescension or disrespect. And the change was a concession to the people of India, Pakistan, and Ceylon, now independent. I did not understand how this improved their status. When young London children called me a Chinaman or Chink, it did not trouble me. If they meant it as a term of abuse, my business was to make them think differently one day. So, the way how you challenge the global order, etc., is obviously going to be same or similar everywhere. There are going to be major differences, some of which are, of course, trying to, and you see this difference. There is still no consensus, or it's not that Western universalism is going to be matched by non-Western universalism in academics in a major way in any short period soon. We had organized a seminar on non-Western versions of conflict resolution. This had happened about 7-8 years back. And there, one scholar had categorically said that many of these so-called critical theories emerging in non-Western world are actually derivatives of Western theories. Western theories and even within these non-Western theories, the sort of idioms, etc., Western idioms are so much ingrained in your thinking, in your entire attitude, that you would implicitly, however hard you try, you would implicitly ultimately fall back on using this in trying to theorize your own, when you try to theorize or conceptualize your this something new. I can see here a continuation of colonial times. Many of our nationalist leaders, when they were writing to their own children, would often write English. If you see, for instance, Motilal Nehru's letters to Jawaharlal Nehru, or Jawaharlal Nehru's letters to Indira Gandhi, a lot of these letters would be written in. It's not that this English was being regarded as Western. So there is a concept. In a sense, there is a sense of debate or struggle within. And this used to get reflected during the period of colonial struggle as a part of the struggle for decolonization for a long, long time. Use happen in numerous ways. In case of India, one example I can tell you is Trimurti Bhavan, for instance, which became the official residence of India's Prime Minister, first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. Now, Trimurti Bhavan during colonial times used to be the residence of the British Army's British Indian Army's commander-in-chief. After independence, it had become residence of Indian Prime Minister. So there was this always hesitation in the mind that, is it being done as a power projection? Because independent India must try to project itself as something different. So you know what was done? What was done was, for a long time, Congress was trying to give a version of nationalism by trying to employ eminent artists, like many eminent artists. And after independence, whenever Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, and his daughter Indira Gandhi also would reside with him for a long time there, whenever there was some official occasion or official party, invariably Indira Gandhi would arrange for many of these artists, and many of these artists would come from Shantiniketan or in other from Ahmedabad, and alpanas with Indian motif styles, rangoli of South Indian varieties would invariably be used, so that Trimurti Bhavan is not continued to be regarded as a residence of the former commander-in-chief. Now, you see these sort of struggle in case of other decolonized countries also. Take the case of Dutch East Indies, which would later become Indonesia after independence. Now, this sort of academic dominance of or Westernism in academic discourse was something which was regarded as significant, which had to be dealt with in Indonesia also. Like India, what was done in Indonesia? Of course, because it wasn't a democracy, it came under military administration after independence, it was easier to do so. As a part of decolonization process, teaching of Dutch in Indonesian universities was stopped for a significant period of time. Only teaching in indigenous languages were to be allowed in Indonesian universities after independence. And the writer, if you look at the writers, if you look at the textbook on Rutledge textbook on decolonization by Dietmar Rothemund, he gives you an interesting story that how the scholars in the Indonesian scholars themselves agitated and protested against these ideas, because all the books in higher education, the main textbooks which they had read and which they were teaching in universities were mostly in Dutch. The medium of higher education had been Dutch, and it was impossible to translate all these books and only to use indigenous language in that sort of a setting. So how and why you will challenge Westernism is an important theme, and ways and means in which you try to do so would also depend from society to society. And here I think the nature of your indigenous culture, of course, no indigenous culture is uniform. You have diversities within every indigenous culture. So within indigenous culture, you may have debates. There might be a debate in terms of economics. More affluent levels of society who can afford would like Western education or teaching in English language to continue. The rural urban divide, which is so prevalent and which comes up from time to time. In several debates often occur as to what extent languages in major public examinations conducted by various government services or Union Public Service Commission, to what extent it has to be given in English, and to what extent it has to be given in it can be given in vernacular languages. These debates occur from time to time. There is this entire idea of trying to that continuation of teaching in English is continuation of a colonial process, is big debate in many circles even today. So how you deal with it, how you tackle with it, these are problems associated, these are social issues, political to a large extent. And of course, none of these problems can remain at the level of being pure academic discussions or academic debates. Now, is there a solution to these debates? As I said, certain solutions have been attempted by several scholars. Certain scholars attempt to offer a way out projected universalism of the Western paradigms, which have come under more serious critical review in recent times. Their idea is these debates occur if the entire debate is about universalism or dominance, hegemony of Western paradigms within the academia, is essentially because it is essentially not because of it is not in purely academic terms, but if such debates are occurring because these are being regarded as an outcome of unequal power equations, is there a way out? Now, several scholars have tried to offer their own way outs. Very recently, you have our scholars like Peter Kutschenstein and Ruth Seal, who recently have introduced a concept called analytic eclecticism. by which they mean that, and they both of these scholars are highly critical of mutually exclusive paradigms which are being used in social sciences today, particularly, because both of them are IR scholars. Their focus is essentially on IR studies today, but I think this has wider relevance for every possible discipline within social sciences. Now, instead of these mutually exclusive paradigms, Katzenstein and Rudrasil advocate adoption of a different model of analytic eclecticism, which they define as an alternative way of thinking about the relationships among assumptions, concepts, theories, the organization of research, as well as real-world problems, which challenges the analytic boundaries derived from paradigmatic assumptions and refuses to carve up complex social phenomena solely for the purpose of making them for tractable to a particular style of analysis. Instead, analytic eclecticism identifies important substantive questions that have relevance for the real world, and it integrates empirical observations and causal stories that are posited, as they argue, in separate paradigm-bound theories or narratives. In doing so, Katzenstein argues, analytic eclecticism holds forth the promise of richer explanations. It also offers a means to reduce the gap between the practical knowledge required by policymakers and everyday actors, and the research products generated by academic disciplines and subfields. Now, is it going to that this is one version? You have another version by one scholar, LHM Ling. There are his, Katzenstein and Rudrasil's argument is, let there be a give and take. You continue with Western universalisms, but there has to be an acceptance that Western universalisms has, or Western models have limitations. They cannot always explain the problems in originating particularly in non-Western societies, and social sciences essentially with problems in societies. So they are arguing about the rigidity in our paradigm construction might be reduced. There could be a given much more interdisciplinary exchanges, though they do not explicitly mention it. I think the idea is that certain theories being offered in non-Western circles should not be rejected immediately, but there could be certain debates and acceptance of some of these theories, some of these model makings within Western theory making. Now, is there what are essentially the problems about Western theory making? Now, one way in which you could analyze it is, of course, that how the Western dominance within the intellectual world tends to neglect or reject these fresh ideas coming from non-Western societies. I mentioned about Navnita Chadda Behera's concept of post-Western IR order. Navnita Chadda Behera in another article had once argued that despite offering an alternative worldview, how globalization the Cold War order, amongst the Cold War, how important theories emerging in Western world, for instance, he mentions the non-aligned movement, an idea which was generated by Nehru and others, and she argues that how non-alignment, the idea of non-alignment was never really accorded status or recognition in IR theory. Politically, I think one US commentator had remarked that we do not understand, we do not accept non-alignment. You are either for us or against us. But even theoretically, within the academic discourse, non-alignment was never really given the importance, Navnita Chadda Behra argues, which it should have given. Theoretical work on non-alignment, for instance, she argues, rarely figured in the IR journals published in North America or Europe from 1950s to 1970s. And even if you look at it's not only just abstract theorizing. If we look at the teaching methods themselves, here I will quote from certain sections of an Taiwanese scholar, Lili Ling, LHM Ling, who died very tragically. Lili Ling was a scholar who was writing extensively on possibilities of a consensual approach, like what Katzenstein argues. Lili Ling was originally a Taiwanese, but all her life, she tragically died very young because of heart complications, but about 5-7 years back. But Lili Ling, all her life, she studied and taught at various American universities. Now, as a student at Harvard, she, in one of her books, articulates the sort of problems she faced with the way social science theories are taught in Western institutes. And I will just quote one section which would make it clear. Ling, for instance, argues that in my first first year of graduation as an IR student at Harvard, I was being taught, we were taking part in prisoner's dilemma exercise. It's a sort of simulation model in which various students group were participating. The idea was that two students would be paired together as students, as prisoners, trying to see whether they would cooperate with each other or whether they defect. By defect meaning whether they would squeal on their friends to the authorities. It's a sort of prisoner's dilemma. The idea was to find out, the exercise was to find out the payoff matrix. The model making the payoff matrix was to regard that which was more beneficial to a prisoner, to cooperate with your fellow prisoner or to cooperate with your authorities. This was the sort of model in which students were to participate. And Lili Ling argues that in my first graduation class, I had problems in my first class, and I raised my hand. I said, how do I cooperate or complain about to the authorities about a fellow prisoner unless I know the relationship between the prisoners? She raised her hand and she said, I quote from her book, what's the relationship between the two criminals or two prisoners? That's not relevant, said one runner, the senior student who coordinating between these different groups. That's not relevant, said one runner, responded with a smile. What's more important is to know the payoff matrix. Lili Ling said, I replied, but their relation to each other will affect how the criminals feel about the payoff matrix. I pressed on, increasingly anxious about my inability to grasp the meaning of this exercise. If, for example, they are secret lovers or devoted revolutionaries who had vowed they would rather die than tell on each other, then the payoff matrix wouldn't matter. The runner was getting impatient and she said, just focus on the payoff matrix. But she insisted. One runner was beginning to lose patience with this first-year graduate student. Deprived of any context for the two criminals, I could not locate myself vis-a-vis the game. It became nonsensical to me. Consequently, I defected throughout the exercise, even when my accomplice in the other room tried to cooperate occasionally. To conclude, she was arguing, I would like to say that things have changed since that fall day in 1980, but our discipline of international relations still caters to a parochial, almost precautious view of the world, despite recent challenges from critical theorists. Like the PD game, it reflects a neorealist understanding of world politics, where rationality equates with a cost-benefit calculus of ordered preferences in an anarchic world filled with ever-competing, ever-power-mongering states. It so happens that neorealism derives from one branch of Western political philosophy rooted in the experiences and perspectives of one group of people who happen to be white, propertied, and male. Nevertheless, it claims to apply across all time and space, eradicating in the process any mediation of world politics by race, gender, class, or other kinds of historical, cultural difference. So she, from her personal experience, is articulating the problems which a student from non-Western world order can face within a setup, within an academia where everything seems to be given, pre-ordered, dependent on preconceived notions of innate superiority of Western intellectual traditions. Now, is there a way out? She suggests in another way, just like Peter Katzenstein and Russell had suggested, Lily Ling suggests there still remains scope for consensus-based hybridity to develop through this contestation. Unfolding post-colonially, learning stems from the interstices of power, where self and other collide, overlap, and contradict. Only the powerless encounter these interstices most painfully. Simulation and mimicry of the powerful, that is, only mindless borrowing of the Western traditions without questioning, without your ability to question or restructure that for your own needs according to your own ability, then becomes the most direct means of survival, despite their self-denying, self-humiliating implications. But through post-colonial learning, the powerless eventually learn to reconcile, synthesize, and hybridize across opposing systems, thereby turning an irrational imposition of power into a rational mechanism for survival and possibly prosperity. Over time, post-colonial learning enables the apprentice to match, if not exceed, its master. Along the way, both are profoundly transformed. Even if now the waning self refuses to learn from the despised other, a convergence is taking place. That the other is appropriating, I quote her here, the self invariably gives rise to a third yet unnamed hybrid that will encompass both. Now, this idea, these ideas that there should be an innate notion of Western superiority in terms of knowledge creation within the theoretical world, as well as within, at practical lens because of because of our organizational setup, our system, etc., is something as all these as the new scholarship seems to suggest. There seems to be a substantial growing challenge to these notions. Now, as I said, these challenges are certainly not universal. These differ across time and space, and how these challenges are or have been mounted are also dependent upon your own historical traditions or trajectories. I gave you examples from Indonesia. I gave you, in case of India, unlike Indonesia, where after the independence of Dutch East Indies, for some time, the teaching teaching was only allowed in indigenous languages. Teaching in Dutch, the language of the colonial masters, was discontinued, which seriously affected higher level learning and teaching in the university system, because all knowledge production, particularly at higher levels, was in the language, was in Dutch. In India, also a colony, this was to a large extent avoided. This has been, this is something which, within our systems, it's not that similar challenges have not been raised. These have often come in terms of student agitation, student politics. These have often been projected in terms of culture, that continuation of teaching in English or in foreign languages is continuation of neocolonialism. You find its practical reflections often in terms of examination schedule, examination syllabus, and methods, particularly related to public examinations. There was this big UN debate and cry that to what extent of your public service examination must be conducted of English, whether English should continue to be compulsory in some of these public service examination, or whether you could appear for entire examination, including interview, in vernacular languages only, totally discarding English. Similarly, in recent times, there are attempts to trying to indigenize teaching of scientific courses, what was regarded as scientific courses like medicine and in other areas. So this is going to be an ongoing debate. And I mentioned, as I had mentioned in the title of my presentation, that it's difficult and almost impossible to clearly regard this as an academic exercise. Whether, there is a Western domination, whether there exists a Western domination in epistemology, whether to what extent there has been a challenges in non-Western societies. Challenges have, of course, been launched. I'm not going to go into details again for want of time here, and because the theme is not practically related to here. I mentioned how you do it depends on particular time and space and your own historical trajectories. People are doing it, Chinese think tanks and universities are trying to do it in their own way by particularly trying to project China as a civilization state. In India, we have been trying to do it in our own ways. I have talked about Navnita Chadda Behera's conceptualization, her theory of time for non-Western, post-Western IR order. There are other scholars, other schools who are trying to garner indigenous knowledge source from indigenous traditions. There is, for instance, substantial research now on traditional Indian philosophy, to what extent you can draw epistemological knowledge sources from your own tradition. For instance, there is a lot of research on Kautilya's Arthashastra, Kamandaka's Nitisara in the fields of IR today. Uh, there are scholars who try to argue that Advaitism can provide you basic knowledge about IR. Similarly, I talked about Lili Ling's personal experience. Lili Ling had written a book on the possibility of adopting principles of Taoism from the Chinese tradition and trying to apply it in IR discourses of today. So there are various ways of theorizations. It is going to be completely dependent upon your own historical trajectory. But whatever sort of non-Western theorizations are being made, its challenges so far to challenge Western universalism or Western domination has so far been limited. And that is clear from all students and teachers here of social sciences. In all our classes, etc., whichever discipline you teach in social sciences, in your initial suggestions of essential textbooks to read, you would invariably mention 5 to 10 textbooks which are going to be written, which have been written by scholars based in the West or Western scholars. So Western domination within the academia, etc., is still there. There are certain challenges in terms of post-colonialism. Some regard these challenges as essentially political exercises, socio-cultural exercises, but that is social science all about. You cannot social science, there is no meaning in of reading or theorizing in social science completely dependent on abstract theories. This is very much related to your everyday happenings, what is happening all around you, and all social science disciplines ultimately have to deal with it. There is another version of the challenge, such challenges, of course, which has been mounted in Western academia itself, serious challenges a serious challenge in which again has come initially from political moves like Black Lives Matter and all that. There is a serious challenge mounted to look at the history. The idea is to question the inequalities in the history of Westernism. There is mounted criticism of your own colonial tradition, and to a large extent, this seems to be affecting the academic world also. And in Oxford University, for instance, the students have demanded dismantling of the statue of Rhodes because of the role he played as a colonial administrator and spread of European colonialism in Africa. Now, similarly, and that has affected in South Africa, there have been several groups who want this removal of statue of Mahatma Gandhi. The argument is Mahatma Gandhi was role in South Africa was confined. He was only concerned with the Indian community there. He hardly did anything for or said anything positive for the Africans there. So why his statue must be revered here in South Africa? So there, these challenges is trying to redraw, reinterpret your idea, your reading of your past history, and trying trying to reformulate your present academic concerns in the light of your historical trajectory or your society's historical trajectory. Now, this is in my personal opinion, this is a difficult exercise. History, a historical trajectory, has both, has both negative as well as positive traditions. There are, roads certainly had played people, students who demand today removal of statue of Rhodes. Rhodes certainly had played the role of a colonizer in South Africa, but he also modernized African society. Now, you might question the entire tradition of modernization, but many people who are doing that today through social media like Twittering, etc. So you are using tools of modernization yourself to criticize essential aspects of modernization. Similarly, historical traditions are historical traditions, and when you try to completely deny everything and try to create a completely new tradition, this is bound to end in failure. Similarly, in terms of academia also, the Western domination, the domination of, or rather, trying to put it a bit differently, the domination of Western tradition in the epistemological order, particularly in social sciences, is going to continue for a considerable period of time. Good thing is that it's now no longer universally accepted. There are challenges to it. Challenges, as I said, as I am trying to show, scholars like Katzenstein, scholars like Lili Ling have tried to show that these have to be, there are scopes for co-optation. Non-Westernism, rise of non-Westernism doesn't mean replacement of Western theories, critical Western theories by non-Western theories. It means a sort of co-optation, because ultimately what is the role of which theory plays in social science? All theories are practical, have seen must have some practical implications. Theories have to be implemented. Theories are used as problem-solving methods and having solutions as their ultimate end. And in this, if there are problems created with completely Western theories, and if these have to be adapted in indigenous societies, some amount of addition, some amount of mutual sharing is ultimately going to enrich this entire world, rather than really challenging each other. This must be done in a spirit of cooperation. Mutual sides, there must be greater acceptability between mutual sides. Of course, this is not going to be an equal partnership. Western domination is very much evident in the intellectual world. So this is not going to happen today, tomorrow, or even 10 years down the line. This is going to be a continuous exercise, and it's going to be an exciting, challenging time for all of us. We are involved in whatever capacity within academia. These are going to be exciting time for us, because we are certainly seeing these certain shifts within the paradigm within the epistemological world to a large extent. Thank you. I think I will end here today. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. That was, you said that you won't go into theoretically intense discussion, but you have given us one of the most theoretically provocative thing. It is such an old debate, this debate against Westernism, tradition, how to incorporate the two, hybridity. It was very, very enriching for us to hear you speak on the topic. I am urging the participants that please start asking questions, and you can write in the chat box also. I can just read it out to sir. Now, we all try to publish in this very prominent academic journals of the West. We all go abroad to study and take degrees. Now, the values of Western world are so deeply ingrained in our life that sometimes we don't even recognize that those are the Western values that we are carrying. Okay. Now, my question to you, sir, is this, that it is very difficult. We understand neocolonialism, we understand how the hegemony works. But having studied both in India and abroad, how do we separate this? The benefits of getting an education in a Western university, whatever privileges, whatever I have earned because of that, and at the same time be aware of the hegemony or the power that they exercise. And how do I resist this Western hegemony? What would take its place? Like we were talking about critique of the Westernism, Vandana Shiva, and there are this new groups of scholars. I wouldn't say new, they have been around for now, sometimes Shiv Vishwanathan and Shiva and others, who talks about pluralism of knowledge, who talks about the need to reinterpret science, that science exists in different civilizations. But it has its own pitfalls also, because we are seeing that their call for pluralism of knowledge is actually being reinterpreted, and it is turning into something that we can call revivalism, which has its drawbacks also. This is a very, very complicated theoretical question, and not only theoretical question, like even if you have an understanding of Western hegemony, to practice resistance to it, and more importantly, to come up with a politically nuanced alternative, that is, I think, is the biggest challenge. If we can all explore a little bit along that line, more on the alternative, sir. I understand. I think we are aware about that question of power, the power that they exercise, but more on the alternative, sir. If we can reflect on that a little, that would be great. So we have question from Sabiha. What are the reasons behind resentment towards Western historians when we accept their theories in science so readily? Why not in social science? No, not even in science. If there are very strong criticisms of Western science also, but sir is in a better position to reflect on that. Yes, sir.
Well, as you have correctly pointed out, Dr. Shah, that usually students who have studied here and students who have studied there, and if you interact with them, if you they usually you are bound to get impressed, of course, particularly by students here. I'm not talking about students studying in prestigious private university, like I'm thinking of students who study in state-run small-time colleges and universities, particularly located away from smaller, from bigger cities, etc.
Because there is a power hierarchy in there also. There is a power hierarchy in there also.
There is
Certain university is called the Harvard of Haryana. Certain university in Delhi NCR is called Harvard of Haryana. Without taking, like Presidency College and some other college in Bardwan is not in the same spectrum. So yes, please go ahead, sir.
So power hierarchy, I guess, works everywhere. Even similarly, as you know, how it works out in the West. Because of my own little connection with several Central European universities, I have seen how how they always regard senior American professors with a lot of awe. In fact, seen American professors coming down to universities in Czech Republic, in Poland, criticizing the European approach. And I think we know what should happen, how you should cooperate or when not to cooperate with Russia. These are the people who experience Russia every day. But they always seem to be, and it seems to be happening research, writing, etc. I personally have 2 or 3 students who are doing their PhD in some of these Central European universities. What has happened in the 1990s, they have adopted the American system, lock, stock, barrel. So, for instance, for students who do their PhD, particularly in social science, you have 4 affirmative paths. If a student tries to do it in a little bit unorthodox manner, their initial reaction would be, well, what is the main theme? What is the model under which you are going to do that? I said, sometimes history or social science model might be implicit. The historical, it's happening at my place. Perhaps it's going to rain very soon. So the model king is not.
Oh wow!
Is so that's no way. PhD is done in social science. For PhD, first you have to mention what is the theoretical model. Then you have to give your the main arguments of your thesis and your substance. So the American system has been European universities spoken. This is what I call domination, that when your ability to think for yourself, that, and this is tragic because many of these Central European universities very rich academic traditions of Rome. Just because many of these had come from Russia, and now you try to reject that, it's going to create essential vital gaps in your knowledge. There were several important Russian scholars who have written extensively on Eurasian, Central Asian region. Today, these books are not offered anymore. But it's books by American scholars on Central Asia and Eurasia, which are being offered to students in the first years of their graduation. This is something, you have your own tradition, but you keep on neglecting it because the dominant academic world, or let me say the administrative setup of the academia, would prefer you to have it that way. So I think these are challenges with non-Westernism, and non-Westernism definitely has its problems, as you said about conservatism or reversal back to old ages and how different people try different arguments. So it's not that non-Westernism is always might lead to very positive development. But I think it has not yet stabilized. This is something with which several scholars have started toying with these ideas. I sometimes joke to my students that obviously we have offered different theories almost a month because scholars and teachers have to write and publish.
Yes.
This sort of theorize. So, but I think a beginning has been made. It's an in some of which is valid. Some of people are, even if 60% or 70% of rubbish being used, at least 30% is positive. It's and probably is going to have positive impact in the long run. There was one question on on historians whom we
Yes,
wasn't there?
antioxidant historians are being discovered now. That's a very interesting question for Purnima. Is there a historical context that we are discovering this antioxidant historians now?
There is because it's associated with power equations. Because I think this wouldn't have happened prior to 1990s. As I said, prior to 1990s, you also had these challenges. That's why I mentioned, written by the on third worldism. But this was popular among section of the population. These I would say, are not in a position to pose any sort of an major intellectual challenge to the Western world domination. It did affect production of critical theory and all that, and it's not that Western challenge. And if you look at it, if you that it is creating impact is evident from counterattacks coming from the Western side also. So in the discipline of history, for instance, now you have a lot of writing, counter writing, for instance, on Aussie. If you see some of the writing, so unless this sort of non-Westernism was generating an impact, you wouldn't have counter-attack coming in from several Western scholars also. But it's not that there is complete uniformity among Western scholars. It's wrong to suggest there is, when we talk about Westernism, I mean that administratively, academically, there is a sort of cultural domination which makes us read the Western texts, offer the Western texts as primary knowledge creating tools to understand our own social problems. Can rise of non-Westernism to an extent amend that? Can it lead to some sort of a consensual approach which would lead to acceptance of some of these theories which are emanating in the non-Western world also? That is something which we still, of course, wait to see.
Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? You can think. I'm so sorry. I have so many questions coming to me. If I can just take one more minute from your time, Professor, that when you say non-Western, will that be, how do you define non-Western? That is, suppose a non-Western scholar, I mean, racially, geographically, suppose a scholar Indian origin working in the West, will that be a non-Western input? An Indian scholar working in India, having education in the West, will that be considered a non-Western? Or an Indian scholar who has studied in India, working in India, only that person is a non-Western scholar?
I think
what is the definition? What is the definition?
Well, it was not geographically specific, and so definitely not so in post-90s period when all of us are traveling. It becomes so easier for us to travel and settle abroad. My idea is an Indian scholar never going to West can continue to very overwhelmingly dependent on Western theorizations.
Could be.
And
Yes.
Indian and whereas a Western scholar living in the West can be
Yes.
an indigenous scholar
Very, very much.
Tries to reject, if he tries to develop tools from your own within these traditions. So I think basic point is from where you are borrowing, whether you are borrowing from what's conceived be historical Western tradition, or whether you're trying to go from Indian historical trajectory. Though, it's difficult really because India's historical trajectory would continue to continue to share many in the West, particularly in case of colony like us. Similarly, societies have borrowed many things from the East. Zero as a concept traveled from here to West via Arabia. So it's difficult to say which concept is indigenous, which concept is westernized.
Right. Sir, you are
I
getting
think
a lot of compliments here. So,
So,
and another question also, sir. Here, how do we reconcile the fact that Western thoughts and ideologies have an immense impact on social sciences, and yet we keep on questioning the Western thoughts? That's from Niva.
heavily,
Sir, you could not hear? It's written here. How do we reconcile the fact that Western thoughts and ideologies have an immense impact on social sciences, and yet we keep on questioning the Western thoughts?
I think it's basically because of the power domination, economic domination, global dominance, the way the West has dominated the globe since 14th, 15th century. It has happened in phases, first America, then Asia, Africa, and this Western domination, even in areas where you didn't have physical Western domination, cultural and intellectual dominance has very much been evident. So I think intellectual tradition has been part of this spread of Western domination. And when even we talk about shared identities, shared intellectual thoughts, definitive break can be traced with the beginning of colonialism, when the power equation became much more important in imposition of your intellectual domination also.
Okay, thank you, sir, so much. Thank you very much. And we got very exciting questions, and you have received lots of compliments there. People have pointed out really illuminating session, very wonderful session. Your students who are now professors are here. Actually, Malika is your student who is here. They are thanking you. So thank you very much, sir. And
yes, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
It was so much such a pleasure.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
yes,
Thank you, sir.
all right. Dear participants, we are going to take a short break now. We are going to come back again at 3:45. In the meantime, please have your tea, snacks, take a break, and we will congregate again at 3:45 for the last session of the day. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all of you. Dear participants, please give us few minutes more. The speaker, Professor Rekha Saxena, is having little trouble accessing the Zoom platform. Please give us a couple of more minutes. She is going to join very shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, is it okay? Yeah,
Just a second. Dear participants, we have Professor Saxena with us. Sorry for a little delay. We were facing certain technical issues. As you know, internet has its own mind and it walks up sometime. Here we are. So waiting for a very interesting session with Professor Saxena. So before she starts, I want to formally introduce her to you all. Professor Saxena is a distinguished professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Delhi. With a vast array of accomplishments and responsibilities, Dr. Saxena is a prominent figure in the field of political science and federalism studies. As a professor at the University of Delhi, Dr. Saxena has made significant contributions to the academic community through her research, teaching, and mentorship. Her expertise in political science, but in the field of multi-level federalism, has garnered international recognition. In addition to her role at the University of Delhi, Dr. Saxena holds esteemed positions in various organizations. She serves as the honorary vice chairperson of the Center for Multi-Level Federalism in New Delhi, showcasing her dedication to advancing research and discourse on federal systems. Furthermore, Dr. Saxena is an honorary senior advisor at the Forum of Federations in Ottawa, where she contributes her insights and expertise on federalism-related issues. As the convener of the Comparative Federalist Research Group within the Department of Political Science at the University of Delhi, she actively promotes research and scholarly exchange in the field. Dr. Rekha Saxena's extensive experience, expertise, and dedication to the study of political science and federalism make her a prominent figure in academia and a valuable asset to the University of Delhi and the organization she is associated with. Thank you so much, Professor Saxena, for being with us today. And now the platform is yours. Thank you.
uh, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
So thank you so much. Very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you so much for this kind invitation. And sorry for this little delay due to this some technical faults. So, to begin with, I would like to thank MIT Academic Staff College and other, participants, co-organizers for this kind invitation. And the topic on which I'll be interacting with you is on writing a research paper. How do you write a research paper? Well, I've been, doing research, for last, say, almost 3 decades now. I've been, I did my master's in 1991. And since then, I've been writing research papers and publishing books and articles. But it's writing a research papers, it's very, technical, and unless you understand, what are the steps and what are the, important process, in paper writing, it's very difficult. So I think the first step, or first thing when comes in mind when you think of writing what is a research paper? That is very important. Before we write a research paper, what is a research paper? I think you can say it's a kind of piece of academic writing that is, based on author's original research work on a particular, topic and the analysis and interpretation of research findings. So, in other words, you can say a research paper is a kind of, expanded essay. In an expanded essay that you present your own interpretation or evaluation or arguments. So when you write an essay, you use everything that you personally know and you have thought about that subject. So, and then when you write a research paper, you build upon what you know and what about the subject and make a deliberate attempt, to find out what experts know. So that is very important to understand what is a research paper. Then when you start with this a research paper, or even with I will be also talking about writing a other, publishing a book if you want to know. So, but for my focus is presently on
Absolutely, ma'am.
research paper, but the same steps you follow, the same arguments you follow. So, how do you start, with the research paper? It's really choosing a topic that is most important. Choosing a topic of your interest, a selection of a topic, so that topic that interests you, topic that is challenging, that is most important. Relevant topic, the most important topic is selection of a subject that you can manage. So, for instance, I'll just give you examples from my study. Like I work, my master's dissertation was on changing nature party system. Then my PhD was on federalism. Okay, so since then I've been working on federalism for last 3 decades, because and party system transformation was one of the important factors that led to greater federalization. Okay, and then I started working on judiciary, the role of judiciary, how judiciary has played a very important role in greater federalization. So then so in different aspects of federalism, so choosing a topic is very important. So I have specialized in one area, and then I'm working on different dimensions of federalism, related dimensions. So topic which is like parties, in my case, I work on Indian politics. So party system, that is a very important topic. So that is never going to die. So it's so how party system has evolved over the years, changing nature of party system, or federalism, how it has evolved, how its nature has changed over the years, what are the factors that have led to its greater federalization, what is the impact of federalization. So selection of a topic is very important, but you should select a topic which firstly that interests you. I know many students, it's not only for writing a research paper, writing a book, or writing your PhD thesis or MPhil dissertation. So many students, they come to me and they say, ma'am, please tell us a topic, good topic. I said, you decide. I will not, you should select a topic which interests you, because you have to write. So that is very important, selection of a topic that interests you. Okay. Number 2, I think when you select a topic, another thing that you need to keep in mind is the available literature, how far it is feasible to work in that area. Like, for instance, for any kind of writing, research paper or PhD thesis, MPhil dissertation, or a book. Like, for instance, one of my doctoral students, he was very enthusiastic, and he said, I want to work on a comparative study of the CBI and FBI in USA. And he got registered for this, for PhD, but he did not get access to documents on FBI because they said they are confidential. So he had to restrict his work to only Indian case study of CBI. So that also you have to see when you select a topic to write a research paper, how far, what is the available literature, what you can access, so that is another important point that we must keep in mind. Thirdly, the relevance of the topic. That is very important. Like, of course, for instance, one of my students was working on this comparative study of assembly elections in Bihar and its comparison with Lok Sabha elections in Bihar, parliamentary elections. But then now the next election is taking place. It's just around the corner. So what is the relevance of the study? So whether it will lose its relevance, so that you have to see how far of course, it will have historical relevance. So relevance is very important that you have to keep in mind. how far the topic you're selecting is relevant. Of course, so it will have historical relevance, but these are, I think, important points that you must keep in mind when you choose a topic. You write a research paper or any book or anything, selection of a topic. Its relevance and the available literature, how far it is feasible to conduct research, and then the topic that interests you or how far or challenges you. Okay, so this is very important when you think of a writing a research paper. Then I think when the other next step should be, if you publish in good journals, they ask for an abstract of the paper. So abstract, you have to discuss, and then keywords. What are the keywords? Generally, if you publish from international publishing houses, they ask for keywords. So keywords is very important. And then introduction. Next important point is introduction. How do you introduce? Like, for instance, if you're writing on, say, this NEP, new education policy, you want to write a paper on NEP. So you have to, or for instance, child rights. So you have to relate it with the larger debate on rights, the rights discourse. Okay. Or if you're writing on women, Panchayati Raj representation on women, then again you have to relate it with the larger debate on representation. So introduction is giving a background to your paper, where you can talk about the historical evolution, also how it has evolved over the years, what has been the historical development. Then you can also talk about related with the larger debate, give it a context, contextualize, what you are going to argue. And then you can also talk about how it works in different political systems, like if you are working on parliament. So you can compare it with the working of parliamentary systems in other countries or federal systems in other countries. You can make it a comparative study. So theoretical, and then so theoretical will also, you can be part of it in part of the introduction in case of a research paper, in case of book or maybe thesis. You can make it a separate chapter, on this theoretical framework. But introduction is very important when you write a research paper. Introduction to any selection of a topic, and then introduction, and why introduction, how should be framed, what all needs to be included in the introduction. So it is kind of a preliminary step, for proceeding with any research work, any research writing. So that, so here you can also talk about, already published work in that field. What are the debates which are there in the field, and so all that you can discuss in the introduction. So that is a kind of, the first step. The foremost is preliminary step for proceeding with any kind of, research paper. So in this section, you can also give the reason for choosing this topic. Okay, you can talk about the reason for choosing a particular topic. Yeah. Hello. Am I audible or no?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, I thought you raised your hand.
No, ma'am. Somebody raised the hand. They have a question. No, ma'am. Nobody has raised the hand.
Okay.
No.
Yeah. So you can also, So in this section, you can also give the reasoning for selection of the topic. Why you have selected this topic? What methodology you'll be, discussing? In case it's a qualitative study, it's a quantitative study, or means ethnographic kind of work, or content analysis. So you can talk about the methodology that you'll be, discussing. So that is very important when you talk about introduction. Then methodology and the database that needs to be used. And maybe you can also talk about, what are the challenges or shortcomings of your works, which you could not, do, and maybe future research researchers can focus on that. So that is another important, point when we talk about introduction. Then, so introduction is most important part. Then review of literature. That is also means next important step. What is the existing debates, existing literature? Okay, like for instance, if I am working on federalism or party politics or parliament, I'll talk about what are the existing literature, what are the kind of works which have been published, Wellington Roderick's work on parliament or Sudha Pai's work on parliament. And then what are the shortcomings in those studies? And what new I am going to contribute? What will be my contribution? So there has to be something new when you write a research paper, not just completely new thesis, but maybe new interpretation, new data. So that's can so that your study becomes very interesting. So so review of literature is very important. But sometimes people, I find that they just write Joyson said so and so, Gurpreet Mahajan said so and so about their views. So that is not the correct way for reviewing the literature. You have to see what is their major argument and how is it related to your study. That is very important. Like if you are writing on Panchayati Raj, women representation in Panchayati Raj, and you are writing in review of literature Hannah Pitkin on representation. So how she's related, Hannah Pitkin's work is related to your, work. So that relationship you have to explain, So review of literature, and then what is the shortcoming of the existing literature and what new contribution we are going to make. That is very important. Yeah. In terms of, new literature review, or maybe you can say in terms of new interpretation, you can give new, you can make it more comparative study, a comparative study. So that needs to be explained. Why your work will be different from the other existing literature? What are the gaps in research? Okay. Then, as I said, the methodology, that is also very important. And what is the database that you have used? So in whether you're writing a research paper or a book or a thesis, so you have to talk about what is the methodology. Like, for instance, in Indian politics, generally in my writings, I've generally used a combination, like mainly based on, because as an individual, it's difficult to get quantitative data. So I had worked on elections, so I relied more on data from CSDS or election commission. So, and then interpreted, in our own way. So that, or census data. So that you have to see what kind of work you're going to do. So in my works, I've been using both, mainly qualitative study, but when I do election studies, I have 2-3 books on elections on 2060, this 1996, 98, 99 elections. I have a book, and then recently a book came out of 2019 elections. So there I used the data from election commission and CSDS and then interpreted. So, and then I did a project with the Liver Home Trust in UK, and it was an institutional collaboration between, 6 universities, 3 from UK, 3 from India. So in that, I did many, like I did the ethnographical study also. And then I did a comparative study also, like we went for field work to, one of the themes was ICDS, case study of ICDS. So we went to for field work to Gujarat and Punjab and Haryana, and visited Anganwadi centers, collected data, and then prepared questionnaire, and then asked so on the basis of questionnaire. And then there were 2 types of open-ended questions, some were closed-ended questions. So it depends. Okay, what kind of methodology you are using. So you have to be clear, and whether you are able to test your hypothesis with your methodology, or so that is also important. What kind of methodology you are going to, or it's a comparative study, or content analysis kind of study. So methodology is also very important when you write a research paper. Then I think research analysis or research discussion or results, you can, what are the findings what are your major findings, and what are the critical analysis you have to talk about. What is the critical analysis? How do you, what are the different debates or criticisms and to the ideas which have already been expressed, and then recommendations or suggestions. Here, for instance, like when I work on party politics, federalism, I consult the recommendation of various commissions, the Administrative Reforms Commission, Sarkari Commission, Constitution Review Commission, Punchi Commission. So what are the different recommendations given by various commissions on this federal reform? If I work on party and electoral politics, then I refer to the committees, different committees which have been set up from time to time. What are their recommendations? And then my own conclusion, what is your own conclusion? Do you agree to that, or do you have some new ideas for reform? So I think these are some important steps when you write a research paper. Then another important aspect is referencing or citation. Okay, referencing or citation. Now, there are different styles. Just before I come to citation, just one more point I wanted to add about conclusion. Like conclusion, generally, it's a kind of, not just summary. Mostly people, what they do is they just write a summary of what has been said earlier. So it's not just summary, you have to give your own, conclusion. Do you differ with the existing debates, and what new you have to offer? So so that is very important. You can present your own thesis, but you can reword it. Most of the research papers, they conclude with a restated thesis statement. So you can present your thesis again, but you can reword it. So briefly, you can summarize the points you have made, but if your research is inconclusive, you can take a moment to find out why you believe that this topic bears further research, and it is inconclusive, why more research needs to be done in that field. Then referencing, I was mentioning that next important step is referencing or citations. So because and there are different types of citations and research papers used, like you have APA style, then Chicago style manual, ASA style. So different, so you have to follow, there has to be uniformity. It's not that one section you follow Chicago style, next section you follow different MLA style or different APA style. So there has to be uniformity. So generally, but it depends on the journal where you are sending. Like for instance, if you are publishing in Indian Journal of Public Administration or any India Review published from abroad, you go to their EPW, you go to their website, they will mention about this style that they follow, the footnote or referencing, endnotes or in-text referencing. So Chicago style manual or APA style. So that depends from journal to journal. So you have to see where you are sending. So that is also very important. The citations or referencing that you're giving. So that depends, but that greatly depends on the journal where you're sending. So that is one important aspect. Then another important aspect is bibliography. Okay. So generally, it's good if you give in good at least 3-4 pages bibliography, so that the reader can, if they want to further do research in those areas, if they have an extensive bibliography, that really helps. So in a research paper, if you have an extensive bibliography, that is considered to be very good, but not extending not just to extend the length of the paper. I've seen in many papers, what happens, the author gives the bibliography is more lengthy than the size of the paper. So 15 pages bibliography and 10 pages paper. So that should not be done. 4 or 5 pages bibliography or references, that should be enough. If you're writing a research paper, or if you're writing a chapter in a book, or even if you're writing a book, so your size of the ideal size of the research paper, it varies from journal to journal. Some paper journals, they say 5,000 plus. Some journals, they ask for 8,000 plus words. Okay, so that depends. You have to see with the website and find out what is their requirement. Accordingly, you have to see what should be the length of the paper, and then accordingly you can prepare the bibliography. And also you have to go through the author's guide. Okay, so do download the author's guide from that publishing house website. That will greatly help you. Okay, so, and then citation I did mention, and then title of the paper, that is very important. That should be very catchy. In case of a very academic paper, it should be like more academic in terms of, if you're writing a paper in the newspaper, article in the newspaper, then it has to be more catchy. Even if you're writing a book, like I remember I wrote one piece on statehood, the organization of states, and for a book. And the theme of the book was on globalization. So the editors, they changed the title and added globalization to it. Okay, and maybe, in fact, when I published one book on federalism with Professor MP Singh, the title of this book was Federalization. Then the author on federalization, but the author, reviewer commented that it will be better to change the title to Federalization in the age of globalization. So, because that was the important theme, relevant theme, India had adopted LPG and new economic reforms, liberalization, privatization, globalization. So the reviewers suggested it would be important to link it with globalization. So they changed the title to Federalizing India in the Age of globalizing world. So the title is important that you relate it with the current debate, current context, that it looks more relevant. Okay, so that is another important aspect of that title. And then so that is mainly a kind of, you can say, advertisement for your article. So title is a kind of advertisement for your article. So title should reflect its content clearly, what you are going to say. After reading the title, the reader should get some idea that what you are going to say. Like, for instance, I wrote one piece in EPW on parliamentarization and federalization of treaty making power. So you can make it's clear from the title that I'm arguing for parliamentarization and federalization, that for greater share of states in treaty making power, and that it should also be shared, discussed on the floor of the House. So it should be clear from the title what we are going to argue. So it should reflect the content that we are going to discuss, and also help the readers decide why it is relevant. And then catchy title, make it catchy. Okay, like one of the title of one of my books is this Indian party system from dominance to chaos. So, so what is this chaos? So people will, readers will wonder why you're calling it chaos. So make it very catchy title, and but keep it specific. Leave out phrases such as study of, or you can talk about investigation into, observation on. So that these are certain guidelines that you must, or jargons. Avoid using abbreviations or jargons in the title. Okay, so that is important thing that you must keep in mind, the title of the paper. Then abstract, I have already told you. The body of the text introduction, I mentioned, but it should not be very long. And be a brief introduction, but not that brief, one paragraph about the size of the introduction. At least in case of a research paper, at least 2-3 pages introduction if you're writing in a good journal. So brief, but not very long, but it should provide, context or background, but not be a history, lesson. So, and then yeah. Then what else? Yeah, and then acknowledgements you can write if you have benefited from anyone, your discussions from anyone, you want to write the names, so you can write the acknowledgements. But they have to be very brief, naming those who helped you in the research or data collection, and so all that you can also write acknowledgements, 2-3 lines acknowledgement. If you have been benefited by your discussions with so and so, XYZ, whatever you want to write, but very brief acknowledgement. Then references, I already mentioned that you have to follow any one style. Then language is very important. When you write a research paper, what kind of language you are using. There are some known scholars, very known scholars, but if you read their articles, it's very difficult to understand what they are arguing. They will have one sentence in 4 lines. But if you read many foreign scholars, they write simple English, simple and clear, short sentences. So it's very clear. So language, should be very clear. So, and you should avoid unnecessary words or phrases. Keep it just simple, make it very simple. Use active writing whenever it's possible. Or okay, so tense is also important. What tense you are using, that is important. Really, like in one sentence you are in past, one present, one future tense. So that you have to maintain uniformity. Whatever style you follow, uniformity is very important. Then you can also talk about some illustrations, figures, if you want to give figures, diagrams, and then maybe graphs. So one problem that I face, like generally if you take from some source, you just copy the picture, cut and paste. But the publisher, they don't want cut and paste. It's very difficult. The image is blurred. So you have to draw it on your own. So, or make a graph on your own. So don't just copy and paste. That is important. So enrich your article with, you can enrich it with interactive visualizations, or you can by giving context by adding references, and maybe you can enrich it by giving pictures, like one of my articles which is recently published very recently in SAID journal, IJP journal on ICDS. So I gave pictures of my fieldwork. I visited Anganwadi center, so I gave pictures. So that became more attractive. So if you can give pictures, you can give graphs. So that also enriches their work, shows their fieldwork and all that. You can give pictures also. Audio slides that are short in presentations. Yeah. And then you can talk about tables, graphs, diagrams. That really makes it more attractive, shows your tech savvy, and of course analysis has to be there, but don't forget to mention the source. Source is very important. In many writings you see they don't mention the source. So if you have copied verbatim, then of course, sorry, the exact source, or otherwise you can, if you have added on to it, you can write data collected from different sources and collated by the author. So that is important. Then so these are important aspects, I think, when you write research paper. Then this referencing, of course, it's very important. Citation. nuts and bolts of research. That is very important. How do you cite? Like that, you should know what are the primary sources, what are the secondary sources. So you should first mention the primary sources in the bibliography, the government reports, documents, the constitutional debates, original sources, and then secondary sources. You should know what is the difference between original source, primary source, and secondary source. Books, journal articles. Okay, then you can talk about a separate heading on newspaper articles, then Supreme Court or High Court judgments, interviews. So you have to form different categories, and you should know what constitutes part of primary source, what is secondary source. That classification has to be given. Then so that is very important. Citations, and then you can quote. I have seen many scholars, they write Wikipedia. So that is generally not considered to be very reliable source or good citation. So why do you using Wikipedia or Punjis, very substandard Punjis that you get. So generally in a good research paper, if you're sending it to a good journal, focus more on primary data, primary resource sources, the constant debates, for instance, or parliamentary debates, give data. So or scholarly articles. Okay, so not just consult. You pick up 3-4 books and write a research paper. It has to be well researched if you want to get it published in a good journal. And then another important aspect is plagiarism. Okay, ethics of research. Okay, so ethics of research, that is very important. That there's so many sites where you can get softwares where you can get Grammarly and then Turnitin, and then so where you can get this plagiarism test done, and many journals, they also do this plagiarism check. So, but don't forget to ask them to delete it. What happens, like I remember one of my one of my students submitted a research article in a journal, and so they did this plagiarism check, and she forgot to ask them to remove it, delete it from that data, and she got the report that it was 90% plagiarized, and she was so upset. It is her own original work. Then I asked her to please go and write to them that they should delete it. And so that you have to keep in mind, that it has to be, do the plagiarism check before you send your article to. Earlier days it was not mandatory, but now it's it can lead to a lot of embarrassment. So before you submit any research paper, do a plagiarism check of, there are many softwares, free softwares also, and I'm sure there must be some, lecture on plagiarism. So then ethics of research, whenever you cite someone, please do acknowledge. Okay, earlier there used to be, we were allowed to use long indent quotes, but now avoid indent quotes. If you are giving quotations, give very brief quotations. Okay, so that is now it's unless you are giving some citing from constitutional debates. I find many, not research paper, but many in which they give speeches of political leaders in 15-20 pages running, all copied. So that will not work. They will reject your paper. So if you are giving quotation, be very brief, or you better is to paraphrase those quotations, write in your own words. So this is another important aspect when give credit to the author. So many scholars, I find that they, even if you are borrowing somebody's idea, you have to give credit. But many times people, they don't give credit to the author, and they project that it's their own, contribution. But it's better to, save yourself from this embarrassment that you give Even if you are referring to, like when I work, I interact with my research students also. I even cite that I've been benefited by my interactions with my research students. And so, kya hai usme koi harm, there's no harm in giving credit. And if you're interviewing someone, so uh, do give the entire details that interviewed so and so person, New Delhi on 10th for June, for example, and at this party office something. So give the entire detail about this interviews or interaction. If you are doing some conducting telephonic interviews or email, then you can write that. Uh, giving credit, that is very important. Even if you are citing somebody's, of course, if you're borrowing somebody's ideas, that then you have to give, but even if you are referring to somebody's works, yeah, you must acknowledge, and that too you cannot borrow verbatim. You have to write in your own words. So that is research ethics. That is very important when you're writing any research papers. I remember, just to give some example, I like someone, I wrote a piece, in EPW and many other places. In fact, there was one in Hindu also on intergovernmental relations in India. And I talked about different mechanisms of intergovernmental relations, like interstate council, national development council, ministers conferences, secretaries conferences. And then, so there was nobody had worked in that area. So it was a kind of pioneering work. And I found someone, writing on this theme. And in one book that that person cited me from my article in the Hindu. In another book, there was no citation. He said, that is just factual. I said, but factual, but that I have written in my article. I have analyzed, I've categorized it. And so you have to acknowledge. But I just ignored because that person was fully, but then that is not in good spirit. So one needs to acknowledge. And even if I had, just to give you another example, like another someone, a colleague, wrote in, I have written on in EPW on asymmetrical federalism. Where I have talked about constitutional asymmetry and political asymmetry. So, and I've talked about 4 types of asymmetries. So I found someone, on a colleague of mine, he wrote a chapter in a book, and he also talks about this asymmetry. And then 4 types of asymmetry, same. Then when I asked him, Kiwi, you have borrowed verbatim and you have not cited me. He said, but asymmetrical federalism is not your copyright. I said, it's not my copyright, but 4 types of asymmetries only I have talked about in my article. People generally talk about Jammu and Kashmir, northeastern states, 5th and 6th schedule of the constitution has asymmetrical provisions. But I also talked about union territory model. I also talked about Rajya Sabha as an example of political asymmetry. So that is my copyright. But then I just ignored because that was he was a colleague. So, but that is not professional ethics. So one has to cite, even if you're borrowing, and there's no harm, if you benefit. I even cite my PhD students if I borrow, that I've been benefited by my discussion with so and so person or colleagues. So that is not professional ethics. That is an important aspect. And then so plagiarism is very important, but you must get it checked before submitting any journal. Then searching for a good, journal, that is also very important step, you can say, looking for a good journal. So that also depends on your topic. If I'm working on federalism, I look for the best journal and the word on federalism. So that will also depend on your area specific. Like I can publish in any journal on gender, but if there are specific journals on gender, there'll be more credibility. If I have written on legislature, if I get it published in a journal on legislatures or parliamentary studies, that will have more credibility than getting it published in a journal that has no specialization. Okay, so looking out for a journal, identifying a journal, good journal, that is important. Now, in academics, with point system and all, there's requirement for a Scopus index and refereed journal. So that is very important. You have to see which journal has a Scopus index, which is refereed journal, and so that is important. You get points for that in a promotion also. So you have to identify which is a good journal in that field. So identifying a journal or a place. Then the next step is, like in many journals, good journals, they just publish on their website that you follow the link, you apply, upload the paper, then they will give acknowledge it, and then they will send to a referee. Then referee will send a report, then they will communicate with you, then you revise your, chapter, resubmit. So that is another important step, and that in a good journal, it takes 5 to 6 months. So you should not be in a rush to publish in any journal. And there's so many paid journals, online journal that has no value. So better to get one article published here, but in a good journal, refereed journal. So that is important. And then once you submit, then you get, comments from referees. But you should not get disheartened. Even not all my articles are now it's okay, but 5 years back, not all my articles were accepted, even in international journal. So there's rigorous, evaluation process. So don't get disheartened, to work hard. They'll send it back with comments, you respond to them, then they'll send it again. So 3-4 times they'll ask you to revise, but then it will turn out to be a good paper. So don't be in a rush to publish. Okay. Yeah, if you publish one article per year in a good journal, that will be more important than publishing 10 books. So identifying a good journal, that is important. And then another stage is proofreading. Once you publish submitted article, you will get comments from the reviewer. You incorporate those comments and send it back. Then again, it will be the copy editor. They will go through your comments and they will see whether to incorporate them or not. And then under stages proofing, accurate proofreading and clear making of corrections. They are very important part for any good quality article. So typesetting, and you will receive email or either with PDF attachment of your article or link into your online proofing system, and then you go through the proofs and then respond, and the track mode changes that you can click and add there. So that is another important aspect that you should not forget. Then copy, you must, when you get your article published, you must remember who has the copyright rights. But generally there would be author. So you have to read it carefully. And then in good journal, they also ask you to sign a contract. They will send you a online form, signed contract that is not published, given undertaking, it is not published anywhere. It's an original work. And some journals, good journals, they also do vetting, legal vetting. If there's some article, like in one of my article, which was on Supreme Court of India, so there are cases, so they did legal vetting also before publishing. So that is an important aspect, another important aspect when you
Ma'am,
yeah.
Ma'am, if we can give them some question answer time now, it would be great. If you can wrap up. Those are very- I think they are very eager to ask you certain questions, because publication has become so important for all of us. And you have given us such important points. Particularly, I remember, and participants, please feel free to write your questions here. As I articulate my question to ma'am, that would give you some time to write your questions here. You can also raise your hand and ask her directly. Just raise your hand. Ma'am, the
Yeah,
ethics.
so I'll just conclude,
Yes,
ethics.
yes, ma'am, please conclude, then we can ask you a few
Yeah,
questions. I myself have some important
Sir,
questions.
we can respond. So ethics is very important, plagiarism, nuts and bolts of research, citations, bibliography. So that is all very important. And you have to look for a right journal where you can get your article published. And then, as I said, you have to sign the contract. Any good journal, they will ask you to sign. Then advertising, that is also very important. Marketing, different websites they have where you can give advertisement, or they will market your this journal, or through social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, you can upload your articles. And that is these are, I think, some important aspects in writing a good research paper. And then feedback, like if I write an EPW, they will also, I will give my email. So some people, they do get back to me with their questions, or they don't agree with my argument, counter questions or something. So you also get a chance to, revise your work, rethink. Yeah. So feedback is also very important. So I think I would end there, and then we can take up some questions, and then
Yes.
any aspect is not covered, maybe during this question answer, I'll try
Yes, ma'am. I think, ma'am, you can, while answering the questions, we can just cover some of the things that you might have missed in your main talk. Please, participants, you can ask your questions now. Please write here the questions, or just ask ma'am the questions directly. Ma'am, my question.
These participants are from where? I'm just curious to know. Are they from India?
Yeah, from Kerala to Punjab. There are hosts from, ma'am, first to Amity University, Uttar Pradesh campus. This is this campus, and that is from social science, business, economics, all. But not Amity Madhya Pradesh, Amity Chhattisgarh, Ranchi, all over, all the Amity campuses. From there we have. And then we have participants from Kerala, Gujarat.
Okay, that's nice. You have a very, it's a diverse group. Yeah,
it's a very diverse group.
Okay,
ma'am, here Malika, she's an assistant professor in a college from West Bengal. She's asking you, can I ask you about the correct process of reviewing a book or a paper? Ma'am, review at this stage of our career, not only are books sent to us for reviews, our books also go out for review. Now, the review process is shrouded in mystery because it's a double-blind peer review. So we get pages of, comments, 3 different people reviewing, and 3 very different things come out. In case of my book, I have seen 3 different people are pointing out completely different things from each other. So this review process is very complex, and it's very opaque. If you can throw a little bit of light on that, it would give us a lot of,
reviewing a book, like I also get a lot of articles and even book proposals for review. So yeah, so I think what is important is, what is firstly the argument. The argument, is there any clarity in the argument? That is most important point that you must keep in mind. What is the clarity in argument? What is the argument that the author is trying to make? And what is the justification? Is it being supported by evidence or not? That is important point that needs to be kept in mind. Then of course, that's the most important thing. Then language. We also see the language, what kind of language, what kind of references are being used, the literature, all this, I think, what kind of debates, how far it is relevant with the current context. So, and then whether it is being, like, if somebody, I get some proposals where there's nothing new, it's just review, of the existing literature. So then I said there's nothing new, or just descriptive. So it has to be analytical. Most of the works I've seen, they are descriptive, factual. So it has to be more analytical, that when you review a work. how far it is analytical, or it is just a factual work, or just a historical work, or just already there's a lot of literature. Then you said there's nothing new. What new you are going to offer?
Yes.
So what is new in your work? So that all these things you keep in mind, and then analytical or not, and on the basis of that, you can give your report. And then if you are reviewing a book or a paper, then of course, what is the argument? What kind of methodology is used? Some people, what they do is they don't, if they're friends and they know the author, big short, then they will just write all positive things. I remember I had an experience. I reviewed, there's a scholar, Lawrence Hyde's book. He was in UK. Unfortunately, he died due to cancer. So on federalism without a center. And he reviewed my, my book in some British journal. And it was a good positive review. So when I reviewed, I didn't know all this. So it was a positive review, but last paragraph I made some critical comments, and he was so
That is our job. That is our job to point
yeah,
out
but
the
he
last
was so
paragraph.
upset with me that he ended that friendship, everything. So, and then I learned that if you are friends, then don't review any friend's book, because then you won't be, open. So, and that's our job. Otherwise, what is the point? You are just reviewing each other. That you review my book, I review your book. So you are just, not being, fair to the reader. So.
Yes, ma'am, another person has asked you how to write a good abstract in research paper. It is very difficult. Like if you are writing a 10,000 word paper, to summarize it into a 300 word abstract, I have seen it is a very difficult job actually. So what you propose should be a good catchy abstract, because that is the first thing that is out there in a proposal.
Yeah, especially I have published a lot with international journals and books also, chapters. So abstract, just write the most important argument that you are going to make. That should be there in the abstract, not, any introduction or history or methodology, but the main argument that, and how it is different, that should come out. Why the reader should, why it should be published. Its relevance, or the current debate, how it's new, your original contribution, any new argument, new interpretation, that should be there.
But another thing is, nowadays, because of NAC ranking, university ranking, it has become very important to publish in Scopus indexed journals. So there is this hierarchy that UGC, Scopus indexed. And you mentioned this, that, even Scopus indexed journals are taking money and they're keeping the paper in their website for 6 months or so. After that, the paper they are taking down. So when you are putting down in PBUS, that you are being able to show the link that it is a Scopus indexed publication, but after 6 months, it is vanishing. So this kind of racket is flourishing more and more, because the university.
It's really sad, especially with the point system. And even I know in I don't know about other universities, but in DU colleges also we have introduced professorships. Also, and I've been going in selection committees. So it's really unfortunate to see that people are becoming professor and they just have 2-page article or online journal, then a rush to publish, but it's not their fault also, because when it's required you publish, in for points, and so there's so many paid. So don't go after these paid journals. I think they
Then
or online journals.
is there a way we can check that what are the journals, the reputed journals in the field? Can you suggest a website or a resource which gives us this? That
I'm
this
not
are the
aware
safe-
of, yeah, maybe not about other discipline, but about political science. I can say you can just search on website, any means about reputed journals, or go to the university press. I think they are also reputed, and Scopus journals. If you find just write, Google it, Scopus Indus journals in political science. So you'll get a list. So, or university journals, published journals, or
University journals mean UGC, UGC journals?
yeah,
Or are you talking about the US universities and the UK universities?
in India, UGC
Hmm.
approved journals, UGC approved journals. Like Punjab University has a journal, political science, they have journal, or Jammu University has a journal. So I think they will be authentic, but I would suggest that don't go for online. Many online journals, you get paid journals that has no value, and you're wasting your money also.
Hmm.
So wait, instead of rushing, if you know your promotion is due in next 5 years, start writing at least one research paper in a year, send it to a good journal, get a feedback. Even when I write now, I have to revise it 2-3 times. If I publish in a good journal, international
Yes.
journal,
Yes, yes,
it
yes.
takes 1 year, 6 months.
Nobody can, I mean, it is very, very difficult to publish overnight anything if it is a reputed journal. So, ma'am, you can see the participants are pointing out that PIVA system is making us write research paper. It has become a compulsion, not a joy anymore.
Yeah, but that I understand. I've been also going in selection committees, and I find it very difficult. Like I remember I got some this for review from some university I don't want to name, but for promotion screening. But I returned because I would have failed everyone. So all corporate plagiarism, I could not understand where is the journal. I never heard the name of the journal in political science also. That and there's so many frauds,
That is why, ma'am, I wanted that if you could suggest us a website. Even one of the participants are asking here that, if one could just restrict themselves to the names of the journals listed in that website. So because there are so much fraud. There are so much.
Yeah. So that offhand I don't remember the website all, but I can text you. Let me
Yes, ma'am. I will then share it with all the participants.
Yeah, because I was not, as I told, there was some communication gap also. So
Yes, I understand. I absolutely understand. The fact that Shalini ma'am also had to go, I mean, leave in 5 minutes. She left us in 5 minutes when the news came. So it had been I did not even have your phone number. I just had your email ID. So
it's okay. Otherwise, I would have,
because we were taking care of different professionals we handling, because I come from history, she comes from political science. Anyway, ma'am, it has been a very, very illuminating talk, and paper writing and paper publication, book publication, these are integral part of an academician's lifelong journey. So you gave us, very, very fruitful suggestions, and hopefully we will be able to practice, particularly about ethics, particularly about the diligence that is required to do something good, not in a rush. All those are very, very, very valuable information.
One thing I want to say that nowadays self-plagiarism, that is also a crime.
Yes.
Like 10 years down the line, it was not a crime. I know so many known scholars, they're publishing same article in 2-3 journals.
Yes.
Now, if you are, you have to paraphrase or your own writing or rewrite,
Yes.
So
Yes, because you cannot publish in a journal and use that thing to write the book. This is also very important.
That's also a big challenge.
It's a very bad.
Same person can think in, different ways. What people do is now there's so many softwares and where they can, paraphrase and they just publish.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. These are the challenges. And hopefully in another context, we would have much more of your time, and we can actually sit down with you and learn whatever you said, in a workshop kind of way, the nitty-gritties of paper writing. Hopefully in future, we will be able to do that.
I'll be happy to do it.
Yes.
And thank you so much once again for this invitation. And if anybody wants to approach me, you can give my email ID. It's there on the university website, and my Twitter account is Prof. Rekha Saxena.
Yes, ma'am. And if you you have my WhatsApp number, if you can just give me any list of journals or and website which can help, because
Yeah,
there are
good
many
reference,
faculties here in this meeting and much more, because 80 people registered who are from remote rural areas. They teach in colleges there. So sitting in Delhi NCR, we take for granted that this information are well known. Who doesn't know these journals are reputed ones? It is not the case with faculties coming from rural India. So it would be really helpful that if you could share, names of few journals or websites which I can circulate with them.
Very definitely, I'll do that.
Okay,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much. It was a pleasure, to
It
join.
was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Dear participants, that's the end of today's talk. See you tomorrow at 9:30. I have already posted tomorrow's schedule in the WhatsApp group. Please take a look. Thank you so much and being patient with us. Thank you.
Ma'am, will it be possible for you to share the link of my actually my device?
I think Raka is sharing it 1,000 times here. In the Zoom box here, all the links.
Ma'am, this session 1 and 2, I got from 345.
Raka, you here, beta? Raka? If you just scroll up, it should all be there.
Actually, I changed my device, my Lappy crashed, and then it's not there.
Which one you want? One.
Session 1 and 2.
Let me see. It is day 5, right? So here it is.